No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
This is here in the Bronx, New York. Please bear with me just 2 seconds here. I'm just making sure that everyone on all media outlets will be able to see this. I'm just checking on Rumble right now to make sure that the Rumble website is up. And I'm not sure, so please bear with me as I double check that real quick. Come on. Are we up? We are up. Okay. So we are up on all social media. And that's a good thing. Come on. Nothing ever works the way I want it to, I tell you. Nothing. Oh. Well, that may help. I'm going to show my face. Hello. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. If this is the first time you are with us, we want to welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. It's No Soundbites Allowed, where we reach out across the world on all the social media that we can to hear your voices, to be able to share with you the issues that are affecting us all, to have these discussions because they are important. If we can't talk about these issues, then we can't resolve these issues. If we allow our world leaders to kick the can down the road and make it someone else's problem, it is always our problem. So we need to talk about these things and let them know that we are paying attention to what they are doing. We are holding them accountable, and that is very critical. And that's why we get suppressed. That's why we and many other channels, you don't get to hear what we are saying, even though across the world, people have less and less trust in the mainstream media as it adopts a more propaganda style of reporting, suppressing the information you really need to know about. And we're going to be talking about a lot of things today. I had wanted to talk about yesterday, Larry Sharpe, a libertarian, was reviewing Destiny, a leftist socialist, and Ben Shapiro, a conservative, having a debate. That's very interesting. A libertarian talking about a conservative and socialist debating issues of our day. I wanted to talk a little bit about that. Obviously, I am going to talk about what's happening at Texas, our southern border, the potential of a second civil war. This is critical. Immigration. The top 2 issues in every single poll in America that Americans are paying attention to for the 2024 election: immigration and the economy. The top 2. It's about 60% of Americans are focused on immigration and illegal immigration as a key factor to America. This is a big deal, and everyone across the country is paying attention to it, but our leaders are trying to kick the can down the road, trying to tell you it's not as important as you need it to be. Obviously, we also want to talk about a couple of other things, like what's happening in North Korea, which is definitely going to affect the United States, is going to definitely affect the rest of the world. It is making an impact in Southeast Asia. It is telegraphing what we're going to see with China. That's important. There's been new news about what's happening in Russia and Ukraine, some new information about Ukraine, which will affect everyone. It tells you what's been done effectively with your money, your taxpayer dollars, $200 billion and more that we are spending on a war that the Ukraine sadly is losing. That's important too, and we wanted to get to that. But there is breaking news, 2 separate news events today that just came out a couple of hours ago. I want to go over that with you, and I want to hear what you have to say about it. And that's why we started off with our first comment. Our question to everyone today is, do you want 4 more years of a Biden-Harris international policy? The policies that have led to the failures in Afghanistan, Ukraine, in Sudan, now with Israel and Gaza, and it is expanding. We have the Houthi rebels in the Red Sea, Yemen, and now it is even expanding beyond that into Iraq, into Syria, and of course now Jordan. And we'll talk about that in just 2 seconds. I do want to say hello to Graham. Graham, first comment today. It's good to see you, Graham. Multiple audios? Oh, okay. Yeah, it was the intro. I was talking over the intro. That's my fault. New intro, and I messed up my timing on it, so that's my fault. Thank you for being here. Hot Chicks is with us as well. Hello, Hot Chicks. Glad to have you here with us. So, as I mentioned, I'm going to be starting off. We're going to try and make this. We're going to go to the breaking news. The news that just came out today. Hang on. Nothing is ever up to date the way I wanted to. I love this computer. It's always a pain in my bottom, but the news that just came out today, it was about 3 hours ago today that the news came out. And for those who are new to the channel, yeah, I only work off of, I can only see one screen. I need a new monitor. So please bear with me as you see me bring this up. But, oh, where's my face? Now, where's my face? I tell you, there's always something. When you're going live, there's always something that's not quite right. Every single time. There we go. All right. So, 3 hours ago today, September 28th, we saw that there was an announcement from the White House across the international news media. 3 American soldiers were killed. 25 have been injured. The latest numbers that have been coming out are 25 injured, 3 dead in an attack in Jordan against the United States, against our military. And this is the key thing, backed by Iran. These are Iranian-backed terrorists that attacked the United States now in Jordan. That means that we have Iran attacking the United States. Hamas, that's in Gaza, Hezbollah, that's been happening in Syria, that's been happening in Iraq, the Houthis in Yemen, and now we have another organization. We have even more of them attacking Americans in Jordan. People, we've been hearing for months now, since October, oh my God, the Middle East may escalate. The United States may be escalating the war. The war in the Middle East may escalate from from Israel and Hamas, and it may get more. It's already escalated, folks. It escalated the day that Hamas, under the orders of Iran, walked into Israel, killed over 1,200 innocent civilians, and in that process killed over 34 Americans and took some 22 Americans hostage, sexually abused them, tortured them, and have remained using them as human shields and hostages. To this day, they remain hostages and human shields as we speak. That was the escalation. That absolutely escalated the situation, and it has never gotten any calmer. And since that day, Iran has been directing its puppets, the terror groups around the Middle East, in trying to get more and more attacks against the United States, someone they have sworn to kill for almost 5 decades now. This is important. This is a big deal. This is massive. It's no longer the question, is the Middle East escalating? The fact is, it is. It is escalating, and we need to have an answer. We need a plan. We need to know, with a strong leader, what is America going to do? Because what the Biden administration has done has not deterred anyone. No one is afraid nor respects Joe Biden. That is self-evident in what we are seeing even today. That it is open game on American soldiers and Americans around the world. I don't like this. I don't want to say this. I wish that wasn't true. But that is the fact that we are seeing. Joe Biden has abandoned 30,000 Americans around the world. That is a fact. That is not a question. It is not an opinion. It is not debatable. That is fact. 5,000 in Afghanistan, 10,000 in the Ukraine, 15,000 in the Sudan in end of April of 2023, some 200 Americans in Gaza in 2023, 22 hostages in Gaza. These are facts. They are not disputable. No matter how you feel about Orange Man bad, no matter how you feel about Joe Biden and his bumbling and stumbling across flat stages, it doesn't matter. These are facts. 30,000 Americans have been abandoned under the Biden-Harris administration, and they have been downplaying that at every single step. And everyone in the world has seen that, and they have come to the conclusion, our allies and our enemies, that if Joe Biden is more concerned about the next election than he is about his own citizens, then no one has to fear attacking those citizens. And they are. That's why Hamas attacked American citizens in Israel. That's part of why we are seeing Yemen attack American ships, American warships. We are seeing that Hezbollah is attacking American troops in Syria, in Iraq, and now we have the expansion to Jordan. Everywhere that Americans are is fair game because Joe Biden isn't a strong leader. He has no strong response. Now, I know there are going to be people who are going to look at this and say, well, Mike, what about he went into Yemen, the Houthis. We've been dropping bombs on them. We've had over 10 different attacks against the Houthi rebels, and we're continuing to attack the Houthi rebels. By the way, they are not rebels. They are not militants. The Houthis are terrorists, point blank. They have always been terrorists. They were terrorists when Barack Obama was dropping drone bombs on them back in 2012. They have always been terrorists that have been backed by Iran. Call them what they are. Don't soften it so that the snowflakes out there can feel good about saying, well, they're just militants. They're fighting, they're freedom fighting. No, they're not. They're terrorists. Straight up and down. They're terrorists. Call them what they are. And these terrorists, you'll say, but Mike, Biden has authorized attacks against those terrorists in Yemen, which may or may not be. There's a dispute on how legal that is, and the answer is it is legal for another 30 days, and then it won't be. That's the War Powers Act, but fair enough. He's attacking. Yeah, but the Houthis have been attacking America since October of 2023. Joe Biden started a response 2 weeks ago. 3 months of constant attacks against U.S. warships, against U.S. commercial ships, affecting the price of goods around the world, endangering our allies. Yeah, he let that happen for 3 months before he decided to have a response. No, that's not instilling fear in anyone. And think about this. Joe Biden is in command of the strongest military in the world. You want to argue about that? You can quibble about it. We're number 1, number 2, number 3, whatever. We're in the top 3 major militaries of the world. We are a superpower. There is no dispute about that. And you're telling me that America, as a superpower, is having trouble taking out a couple of radar sites. We can't even hit radar sites once and get it knocked out. Maybe it's because we don't have a defense secretary. Maybe it's because we didn't know we didn't have a defense secretary to coordinate this. That could be a problem. It could be a problem that we have people like Mark Milley in our military as generals who are more concerned about white rage, as they call it, and about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, rather than being concerned about troops on the ground and dealing with the enemy that is attacking us. That could be another part of it. But one thing is for sure, they are not. None of these nations, Iran, North Korea, China, Russia, they are not afraid of Joe Biden. ISIS, Al Qaeda, Taliban, Iran are not afraid of Joe Biden, and they are feeling more than happy. They're frisky, wanting to get into a fight. And Joe Biden doesn't know what to do. Hey, John Cordisco is with us. Hello, John. And we're going to be going into way more than this, but I want to address it. This is the breaking news. And this is telling you, this is the Biden-Harris administration. This is their foreign policy, and it's affecting your life. It's going to affect everything. You may say, well, Mike, I don't pay. That's those nations. Well, the cost of oil, which is energy, is going up because of this conflict, because of the expansion of this conflict. Americans are dying. Americans are dying. Is it your brother, your sister, your mom, your dad, your family, or friend? Maybe not yet, but do you really want to wait until it does affect every single American? Do you want it to be everybody to have 1 degree of separation before you start being concerned? No, it's affecting everyone. If they can attack the United States military and not be afraid of retaliation or any kind of deterrence, why wouldn't they attack American citizens? That's a question you should be asking. And by the way, for my audience around the rest of the world, in India, in Sweden, in the United Kingdom, Canada, every other nation in the world, let me make this very clear for you. If they're not afraid of attacking Americans across the world, they're not afraid of your government either. If they're not worried about the superpower of the world, they are absolutely not worried about the guys lower on the rung who are not even at the same level as the United States. They absolutely are not. Rishi Sunak is not a strong leader. For those who don't know, that's the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. He's not a strong leader. He can't even deal with immigration any better than Joe Biden can. And you're telling me that he's going to instill fear into a bunch of terrorists being backed by Iran? I don't think so. And don't even France? Are you kidding me? France is trying to make friends with China. They're trying to buddy up to these very same people who are causing the increase in violence in the world, increasing the global instability. And the answer from France, from President Macron, is, we have to abandon the United States and we have to buddy up with the aggressors, the ones who are causing the problem. That's what Macron said in 2023 to the rest of Europe, which is why Europe is dividing very much like the way the United States is dividing right now. And we're seeing more and more of Europe is going more and more to the right. That doesn't mean they're becoming neo anything. They're just becoming right of center, which is still left, especially as compared to in the United States. But they're getting a bit more conservative, and they're saying, hey, this open border thing, we're not doing that anymore. We're closing down our borders. We're building up walls all across Europe because walls work. As much as Nancy Pelosi would like you to think walls don't work except at her house, well, they're not good for anyone else except her because she's special, but they don't work for nations. And yet, 127 nations around the world have walls, and they're building better and bigger walls as we speak. Look at Finland. Look at Poland. It's happening, folks. Now, people who are listening to this, as you're watching the show, you may say, Mike, but I disagree. And let me be very clear. No matter how passionate I may be, no matter how strongly I may word things, I am always open to hear your voice. If you happen to be a progressive, a Democrat, you happen to be a socialist, and you think, Mike, you just don't understand it. You've got it wrong. If you're a Republican and you think, Mike, you just don't understand the issues, fantastic. I am happy to hear the counter argument. Show me the evidence. Tell me how the data that I am putting in front of you is leading to somewhere other than what we have been talking about. Please, I'm happy to hear that. Tell me how the fact that the Houthi rebels have been attacking shipping, international shipping in the Red Sea has not caused an increase in the cost of energy, in the cost of food and goods. Please show me the data that says I'm wrong, because I can show you the international data that says I'm right. That is a fact. It isn't a question. It's not an opinion. That is a fact. It is having an international impact. And they're directly attacking the United States and our allies, our military ships. That is also a fact. So again, not a question, not an item in dispute. And it is costing us lives. We lost 2 Navy SEALs just in this week. 2 Navy SEALs, because we were trying to stop Iran from sending more missiles to the Houthi rebels, to the Houthi terrorists in Yemen, so that they continue to attack the United States and our allies. These are facts. Again, internationally corroborated facts. It's not a matter of dispute. It's not a matter of discussion. And at the end of the show, every link to everything I'm talking about will be on display. What I show you and what I'm talking about. So you'll be able to see it for yourself. Wasn't able to put all the links up before the show. I'll put it at the end of the show. So please, if you think I'm wrong, I want to hear that. I would like to be wrong. I don't want to see the world go into 3 simultaneous regional wars. I don't want to see that. I don't want that to happen to anyone in the world. I want there to be more peace in the world than there is at this moment. I would love to see that happen. That's not where we're going. That's a pipe dream. That may be what you feel. That may be what you hope for, your desire. That's not the reality of what's happening. And we can't base our policies on hopes and desires and feelings. We can't do that. It's not effective. It is inefficient. It is counterproductive. And we are seeing that in 3 years of Joe Biden and his feelings and the progressive feelings. We have seen the result. It doesn't make the world better for anyone. No one in the world is better off under these progressive ideas. No one. It has made the world less stable and less safe. And we are seeing the expression of that right now. Because Joe Biden doesn't have a Middle East policy. He has never had a Middle East policy. The closest thing you could say to his Middle East policy is, if it will cost me votes, run away. That is the closest thing to a military policy that Joe Biden has had. Am I getting audio? No, okay. Because it's insulting. It's crazy. But that is the truth. User has been banned has joined us. Hello, user. Thank you for being here with us. If anyone disagrees with this, please let me know. But again, I want to be very clear. We have lost American troops now in Syria, in Iraq, in Jordan, in the Red Sea, and we are losing them around the world, all because of Iran. The root of the problem of this situation is Iran. All these terrorist factions all have one master. That master is the Ayatollah in Iran. And we need to deal with that. We need to address that. Like, seriously, do something about this. We have to, because it's not going to end. And Biden can go, oh, well, see, we're sending off some rockets, some cruise missiles, and we're going to attack the Houthi rebels, some rebel bases. We'll have a proportionate response. And that isn't working. We've been doing that for 3 years. It isn't working. In fact, they're counting on it. They are counting on the fact that Joe Biden's going to do virtually nothing. It will take him months upon months to virtually do nothing. and they know it. Let me show you what I mean by how badly what kind of position we're in right now, how bad it is. Let's go right now, and I'm going to show you this live so that you can see this for yourself, that I'm not making any of this stuff up. This is Joe Biden. This is his Twitter account. This is the Twitter account for the United States executive, Joe Biden. This is his official account. Let's refresh it. Again, 3.5, almost 4 hours ago, the international news was breaking that Iran-backed terrorists killed American soldiers in Jordan, a new area of attack. What is Joe Biden talking about? Oh, he's saying that President Trump doesn't like the U.S. troops. A rumor, an old rumor that has been debunked. It is not credible. There is no source for this. Joe Biden's talking about old news that was debunked and is not relevant. That was an hour ago, hour and a half ago, this is what he's occupied about. What else was Joe Biden talking about? He's talking about Republicans, and he's upset with them. Okay, in terms of the budget. He's talking about World Holocaust Day and how that's changed. He's talking about South Carolina. He's concerned about his election. This is what Joe Biden, the man who's supposed to be in charge of the White House, this is what he's concerned with. Okay, I'm not making it up. I'm giving you the source. Where is his comment? And I refreshed it in front of you. This is his official, verified website, his Twitter account. Where's his comment about the Americans who were killed? American troops were killed. He is the commander-in-chief. He has nothing to say about that? Okay, well, no, I know what you'll say. Well, Mike, you're not being fair because he probably said it under his position under the White House. It's an official White House statement. And that's why you didn't see it. Okay, so let's actually see what the White House had to say. Now, I'm trying to be as fair as I can. This is the White House website. And just to be clear, let's see. Is it here? Nope. Yeah. So they're talking about abortion. They're talking about everything, except they're talking about elections. They're talking about gun control. They're talking about Obama and diversity. This is the website. This is Twitter. This is their Twitter page. And again, I'm going to refresh this just so you can see. I want you to see. It's refreshed. This is breaking news, international breaking news about a conflict, about war, that we are seeing the Middle East conflict escalate, and Americans are being directly targeted and attacked, which requires a response by the United States government. We must stand up and do something. And they want to talk about abortion. They want to talk about guns. They want to talk about the 2024 election. They want to talk about diversity. They don't want to talk about what's actually happening in America. They don't want to talk about the serious concern. Where is their comments about what's happening with Iran attacking the United States? We are under attack. Where's the comment? From the White House or Joe Biden directly. Where are the comments? You mean to tell me that Joe Biden in the White House and the entire White House staff, that none of them are paying attention to what's going on in the world? They had the announcement. They knew about the attack last night. They had to. It's the United States military. They would have known about the attack last night. They knew about this for at least, 8, 12 hours. They knew this before the news knew about this. They knew it the second it was happening. That was going through the Joint Chiefs. That was going through the Pentagon. They were aware of this. And we know that at the very least, once the international news media 3 hours ago started talking about this, that the White House knew. let's say they had no idea. Lloyd Austin is still in a hospital. No one's picking up his job. We don't have a Secretary of Defense. And Antony Blinken is somewhere in the world doing something. I don't know what. But he's somewhere else in the world. So nobody knew. So the only way that Joe Biden could figure it out, the only way the White House staff could have figured out that Americans had been attacked in Jordan is because he saw the news. And his staff are paid six figures, well into the $250,000 a year, to do nothing but follow all the international news, to follow what's happening in the Middle East. They knew at least 3 hours ago. And the only thing that Joe Biden can talk about is abortion, which isn't the biggest issue in America right now and hasn't been. He can talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is not the biggest issue in America. And nobody, the majority of Americans, are sick and tired of this this drive to wokeness. He wants to talk about gun control, which, half the nation really don't agree with. And have never, actually it's closer to 70% of Americans don't agree with the gun control policies that he has passed that haven't worked. In fact, gun control has never worked. Go back 50 years. It has never worked. There are still mass shootings. There are still school shootings. There's still black-on-black violence. There's still homicides in every single state. This has never stopped. It's been 5 decades. They keep passing more and more gun control laws, telling you that law-abiding citizens are the problem, because that's who the laws are targeting, and it doesn't stop the crime. Why? Because criminals don't care. Again, not an issue on the 2024 election. It's not, these aren't primary issues. No one is running around screaming about these issues. That's not the focus. What are the two things Americans are focused on? Immigration and economy. With more recent issues being the Middle East, foreign policy, American hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza, and the southern border. That's what people are talking about. Maybe they're also talking about the ballot and whether or not it is legal for a state or the government to deny people the right to vote and to block people off the ballot if that is not purely political. Again, these are the things that people are actually talking about. The White House is talking about politics to get reelected. They're trying to find a path to reelection. Meanwhile, the country is going to hell in a handbasket and our people are being attacked and killed. Does anyone disagree with me? Does anyone think I've got it wrong? Does anyone think that I am misunderstanding the events that are happening in the Middle East, the news reports that have come out consistently since October about what's happening in the Middle East and what is the reaction of the United States government? Does anyone disagree with me? I am happy to hear it. You can see the comments up here. I'm checking on Rumble right now to see if anyone has said that they disagree with me, that anyone says, Mike, you've got it wrong. No, I'm looking on Rumble right now. Even on Rumble, everyone agrees. No one has a dispute with what I'm saying. And I think that's critical and important because this is one of the most important things we could be dealing with in our nation at this time. It affects every other country in the world. If Iran can use its proxies, if Iran can use the Houthis, if they can use Hezbollah, if they can use Hamas, if they can use terrorist organizations all across the Middle East to attack the United States and our allies with impunity, no one is safe. And every nation is on their own. If the United States isn't standing by its allies, our allies have to stand on their own. They have to make up their own plans, they have to activate their own military, and they have to get prepared. This is why Sweden, the defense minister of Sweden, came out, 3 weeks ago it was now, and said Sweden is not ready for war, that they have to build up their military, they have to prepare for war, the devastation of war, because they can't trust NATO, they can't trust America and our allies. We're not there. Joe Biden isn't a strong leader. He has no plan, and he isn't supporting anyone else. I'll give you another example of that. The Hamas captured 250, at least 250 hostages. That is a fact. We know that. On October 7th, they went through, they killed a bunch of civilians, and they captured and tortured and sexually abused hundreds of others of individuals. At least 250. At least 250. And then we had, after a while, we got the ceasefire talks. We had a ceasefire, and there was an exchange of hostages, and people were able to get back our people for prisoners that had been arrested previously by Israel. The most successful nation in releasing their people, was it the United Kingdom? Was it Israel? Was it some other nation? Was it the United States? Well, let's leave it as Israel, number one. Yeah, they got most of their people back. Who's the next country? Right after Israel, what country had the most of its hostages released? Was it the United Kingdom? Was it the United States? France? No, it was Thailand. Thailand. The Thais were better. The Thai government was more successful than all of Europe and the European Union and the United States combined. They got more of their people home than anyone else. That tells you something. That says something to the world about the United States. That the United States could not, either through fear or through coercion or through bribery, could not convince Hamas to give up American citizens that they were holding as hostage and continue to hold as hostage to this day. We're only now hearing, and it's not widely being announced, but we're only hearing now that the American government is in negotiations to finally get our hostages back, that we have one-on-one negotiations right now. It just came out today, that we are finally having negotiations directly about Americans' hostages being released. We didn't do it in the past. We haven't been doing it for over 3 months, but now we're talking about it. Why? Because we're in an election year. Because people are paying attention in an election year. Because Joe Biden will look like a hero if he can get the rest of the hostages back home in an election year. But why didn't he do it before? Why didn't he do this immediately? Either through threat or bribery, why didn't he get the hostages back immediately? Why has he allowed them to be sexually tortured for 3 months when they didn't need to be? He's had the ability to have these conversations with Hamas. He's had the opportunity to have these conversations with Iran, and he didn't. He was more worried about the next election. He was more worried about diversity, equity, and inclusion. He's been pushing DEI. He's been more concerned about gun control, not American hostages. His number one priority. The reason why the government exists, to protect the American people. That is the first purpose of the United States government, and that is the purpose of every government. Protect your people. Number one. That's why governments exist. And he failed. Is there anyone who thinks I'm wrong? User has been banned says, I don't think the rulers care about the people, so it's not surprising in the least. Well, I get that, but I don't think that's exactly correct. Mind you, by the way, folks, I know that YouTube hates this conversation, that Facebook and Twitter hate this conversation. The major mainstream media will try to suppress the hell out of everything I've been saying so far. Mind you, everything I'm saying so far is backed up by international news media and direct evidence. I showed you the Twitter of the White House. That's the White House feed, verified. So when I say the White House doesn't care, I'm not making that up. I showed you what the White House is doing. You saw the Twitter as well. You can go there right now and double check it for yourself. I did live. You can do it yourself. But they don't want you to have this conversation. They're busy trying to fortify the 2024 election. And they are trying to guarantee that Joe Biden is the only choice that you will pick. They're trying to push you, to funnel you into one choice, and that's Joe Biden. They hate Orange Man bad, and they hate anyone, RFK Jr., Cornel West, they hate anyone who distracts from one choice, Joe Biden. Joe Biden has to be great. He's the greatest thing that's ever happened. Everyone loves Joe Biden, except no one respects Joe Biden. And I don't think most people love Joe Biden. And no one can point to a policy that Joe Biden has done that is actually good. They will tell you they feel it's good. They can tell you that eventually it will be good, but they can't actually point to something and say, see, that's better now. They can't. They can only play games. Oh, inflation is down from the peak. Key words there, from the peak. 3 words they leave out in the headlines. 3 words they don't say when they're giving you your 30-second update on the mainstream news media. It's a key part of that because inflation is up 16%. From the day that Joe Biden got in, up 16%. But it is down from the peak in August of 2022. So there is a bit of truth that, yeah, it's not as high as it's been. It's not as bad as it can be, but it's worse than he started with. And it's not getting better. It's just stabilized. It peaked, came down a little bit, and held. And that's because we're in a recession. And people say, Mike, we're not in a recession. No, not since they changed the definition of recession. When was that? August of 2022. When was the peak of inflation? August of 2022. Gee, what a coincidence that we went into a recession based on the old definition of what was originally the definition of a recession. Yeah, we went into recession the same day that they changed the meaning of recession. And that was the same time that we had peak inflation. And somehow the inflation went down after that. But the prices didn't go down. The price of everything didn't decrease. They're saying, well, inflation is not as high as it was. Inflation is going down. Yeah. Did you look at your latest electric bill? Did you go to the grocery store in the last week? Tell me, did the prices go down for anything? Is there anyone who can tell me the prices went down? But we do have some more comments. Sorry. When I'm looking at the camera, I can't see the comments. So let me catch up. Comments are saying, Mary has a link about the drone attack. Yes, Mary, we're talking about that. Oh, Biden did have comments today at 2:45 today. Okay. Well, that's after the show. That's more than 3 hours since the news came out and after the show started. So, Mary, I thank you for that. And give me a quick second, folks. I want to double check. Let me see what Joe Biden had to say when he finally came out. Mind you, he didn't put this on Twitter. He didn't put it on Facebook. So the comments came out and they're on CNN Politics. Give me a second. I need to read it so that I can then show it to you and I know what it says. U.S. Army soldiers killed 30 service members. So it went up. It was initially 25. 30 service members injured in the drone attack overnight. Killing. United States Central Command confirmed the statement that 3 members and at least 25 injured. This was because of a drone attack. The attack was near their living quarters, which means they were investigating. They had spied and knew where the troops were sleeping at, so that's why they targeted. They knew exactly where it was, which means they have someone who's infiltrated that base. Okay. President Joe Biden vowed on Sunday to hold those responsible for the attack, quote, to account, saying that while facts are still being gathered, quote, we know it was carried out by radical Iran-backed militant groups operating in Syria and Iraq. These service members, this is a quote from Joe Biden, as quoted by CNN. Quote, these service members embody the very best of our national, unwavering, of our nation, unwavering in their bravery, unflinching in their duty, unbending in their commitment to our country. All of this I agree with. Risking their own safety for the safety of their fellow Americans and our allies and partners with whom we stand in the fight against terrorism. I don't disagree with any of that. Have no doubt, we will hold all those responsible to account at a time and in a manner of our choosing. This is what Joe Biden has said. These are the statements from Joe Biden. Let me put it onto the screen so everyone else can see it. Because I can't read it. Yes, I'm blind. I'm blind like a bat. I know. We'll deal with, you can laugh at how blind I am later. But let's see. There it is. So, and thank you, Mary, for giving me that update. As you can see, the update's here. This is again from CNN. CNN Politics. Came out 2:45 after the show, over 3 hours after the news broke internationally. So it took them over 3 hours to be able to say, we're going to hold Iran, somebody, not even Iran. He doesn't even say we're going. He said we know Iran is backing the terrorists and we're going to hold people accountable. He doesn't say Iran. He doesn't say we're going to hold Iran responsible, even though we know they're the ones pulling the strings. He said so. I want you to think about that, folks. This is how backwards it is, our international politics is. This is how afraid Joe Biden is of conflict anywhere in the world against any enemy. He knows it was Iran. The world knows it was Iran behind this. Joe Biden is afraid to say that he will hold Iran accountable for what Iran has done. Think about that. He's afraid to hold Iran responsible for killing Americans, for attacking Americans everywhere in the world. He's afraid to say it in Yemen. He's afraid to say it in Jordan or Syria, Iraq. He's afraid to say it when it comes to Hamas. Joe Biden's terrified. This is the commander-in-chief. This is the guy who's supposed to be in charge of protecting Americans around the world. No wonder there are 30,000 Americans that have been abandoned under his watch. So again, Mary, I thank you for highlighting that. User Ban says, is it me or is he going to wait till it gets worse and closer to the election? Yes. That is exactly what he's going to do. King of the Swamp. Hello, King of the Swamp. You're new to the channel. Thank you for joining us. Says, this is insane. It is insane, but you're not supposed to talk about this. This is one of the most suppressed issues in politics at this time. Unless you are in MSNBC, CNN, the New York Times, ABC, unless you're one of the approved media outlets, this is one of the most suppressed subjects, talking about the actual Middle East or foreign policy of the Biden-Harris administration and its effectiveness. You're not supposed to talk about this. We're not supposed to have this conversation in America. You're supposed to talk about, again, what did I just show you? The White House wants to talk about abortion. They want to talk about gun control. They want to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. None of those things are things that America wants to talk about in the 2024 election. Those aren't the issues that are affecting America right now. Nobody is talking about that except the White House because they think that will help them win the election. Everyone in America, in every single poll, Harvard-Harris polls, Marist polls, Rasmussen, you look at every polling agency you want. Nobody is talking about the things that the White House is talking about on Twitter. Nobody is talking about the things that Joe Biden is trying to push in his 2024 re-election campaign. Nobody cares about that. Everyone's talking about what I'm talking about, except because I'm not the mainstream news media, they want to suppress it. How dare I say Joe Biden has failed? Because he's failed. He has ultimately, absolutely failed. When Americans are being killed and The people responsible that we know, when the White House is willing to tell you Iran is responsible, and that very same White House in the very next paragraph are afraid to say, and we hold Iran responsible, we're going to react to Iran, when they are afraid to say that, they know who did it, and they won't say who's going to be punished for it. I tell you what, we failed. This is a failure. Dow says, hey, Dow, good to see you here with us. Dow says, Lindsey Graham is out there signing B-Bomb, Bomb Iran. He's singing Bomb Iran. And there still needs to be an acknowledgement that our troops in Syria and Jordan was a completely Biden commitment. It's his fault. It is Biden's fault. Biden, on day one, we covered this. There's actually, you can go back, look at the video. It was January 22nd of 2021 that we came out with the video that detailed the international news report. Did not come from the United States. CNN, New York Times, USA Today, MSNBC, none of the American news agencies covered the fact that on the first day of Joe Biden being in office, he doubled the number of American troops in Syria. That's a fact. That was reported by The Guardian, the BBC, Deutsche Welle. It was covered by all international news, not the United States. No one in the United States, none of the major news media in the United States said a word about this. But the international news, absolutely everyone paid attention because it meant that the Middle East was escalating. That was the escalation of the Middle East. It happened on the first day of the Biden administration when Joe Biden doubled the amount of American troops that were fighting in the Syrian civil war. That led to all of this. That is the first thing. That is the escalation that they've been telling you. Oh my God, we're afraid of escalation. The escalation started on the first day of the Biden administration. That's a fact. It's not a question. It's not an if. It's an absolute fact. And we covered it. We covered that video. January 22nd, 2021. Don't believe me, look it up. It's on YouTube, it's on Rumble. And because of this escalation, we have to be on top of it. We have to have a policy, a plan, a goal. We don't have any of that. And they don't want us to talk about it. They want to suppress this. I know every American out there should be upset because this is affecting all of us. Whether it's you're worried about the price of bread, the cost of turning on your electricity, or you're worried about American troops and American citizens, whatever the level of your concern may be, this is pushing all of those buttons. And they don't want you to talk about it. Talk about abortion. The White House wants to talk about abortion. They want to talk about gun control. They want to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Americans aren't dying because of anything that the White House wants to talk about. They're dying because of what's happening in the Middle East. They are dying because of the policies and the failure of those policies. That's a fact. And I'm punished. This channel is punished because we dare to honestly and openly speak about it. And if there is, again, we say this all the time, if there is an elected official anywhere in America that wants to dispute this, they want to debate me on this, or they want to say that I have misunderstood something, I am more than happy to have that conversation. Let's go for it. Any elected official, especially any Democrat across America, local, state, or federal, if you think I am wrong, absolutely inform me. I want to be informed. Hell, I want to be wrong because that means Americans are safer and the world is better off. I want someone to prove that that is the case. Truly, I do. It's in the best interest of everyone in the world. Prove that things are getting better. But they don't. And every time I ask, every official, New York State, I know dozens of politicians that are on the left, the right, and the center across New York State, in Congress as we speak, current members of Congress and former members of Congress, Democrats and Republicans and Libertarians and Green Party. Hell, I know members of Antifa. And none of them will dispute what I'm saying to you. 18 years I've been doing this. They know my phone number personally and professionally. They know this channel's on. Their staff watches this on a regular basis, and they will never dispute this because I am not wrong. I wish I was. You may not like it, but we don't care about what you like. It's not about feelings. I don't care if you like Hamas, like Harvard does, like Catherine Gay and Cornell University. They like Hamas. Fantastic. You can like anything you want. By the way, they're genocidal terrorists, and I'd rather see them dead. That's me. And I have no problem with saying that. No problem at all. So this is some of the breaking news, and obviously it changed the way that we were going to start the show today, what we were going to be talking about today, because I had a different direction I wanted to go in. I wanted to talk about things in a different way. But breaking news is breaking news, and we will cover the breaking news on this channel because we're not afraid to do that. And again, when I said that U.S. lost 2 Navy SEALs because of the Houthi rebels and the Yemen terrorists, well, here's the article right here. So again, this is coming from The Guardian, talking about the Navy admits that we lost 2 U.S. Navy SEALs, trying to prevent Iran from sending more missiles to the Houthi rebels so that they could attack American ships, commercial, private, and military. So again, we provide the evidence of everything we're talking about. We don't make this stuff up. There's no reason to make it up. The evidence is out there in front of you. Let me move on. There was other breaking news, though. And we're going to talk more about the international policies and issues with the international policy in just a moment. But I also want to cover the other breaking news that came out today, about 2 hours ago. And that's in reference to, again, looking from The Guardian, and what we can see, oops, wrong one. There it is. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, he's in charge of the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, and he's directly tied to border security for the United States. Now, this is very important, especially when we look at the rest of the world. The world is militarizing. There's a war in Europe. They're preparing for war in Southeast Asia. There is a war in the Middle East as we speak. We are seeing coups and civil wars throughout all of Africa. In South America, believe it or not, seems to be basically the most calm place in the world outside of the United States. Remarkably, it's kind of wild. So with all of that turmoil that's going on around the world, the U.S. border is very important because we have had more illegal aliens entering the United States, not trying to enter, entering the United States than at any time ever before. We have hit historic levels. We had over 2 million illegal aliens that have entered the United States just last year in 2023. That's just in 2023 alone. 2 million that we know of. God knows how many got in that we didn't know of. That's because the gates, the Trump wall, the gates were welded open. We know this. This is a fact. I showed you the video. I showed you the news reports of the welded open gates outside of Lukeville, Arizona. And thousands, not hundreds, thousands of illegal aliens were shuttled right through the open doors. Welded open because the Biden-Harris administration ordered it to be. They ordered the gates opened. They ordered them to be welded open so that it couldn't stop illegal aliens. The open border policy of the progressives is damaging to the United States. We have been listening to, for a year now? Chicago, Boston, LA, New York City have been telling us over and over again. It costs billions of dollars, and the infrastructure in each and every one of these cities is being destroyed by illegal aliens. We are seeing our borders are being overwhelmed. We have heard from cities all across the border, all of the southern border, constantly telling us their infrastructure is overwhelmed. They cannot take care of the people that are there. The United States government is for a fact, it is defined, it has been proven over and over again that the United States government is receiving so many children, unaccompanied minors, children on their own, sent to travel 1,000, 2,000 miles on foot with strangers, surrounded by sex slavers and drug gangs. This is absolutely child abuse, that these kids are being sent to America by themselves. They're coming into America, and the United States government, under Mayorkas, under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, are sending those kids across the United States in the middle of the night. They're hiring private jets, and we've shown you that they've done this in Tennessee, they've done this in New York State. They are flying private jets in the middle of the night, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., these private jets are coming into our airports, unloading the children, putting them directly onto private buses rented by the United States government to ship those kids to various shelters all across the country while you sleep, using your tax dollars for every step of the way. The private jet, the private bus, the shelter, food and housing, all of that. This is what they've been doing. And this is because this is what the Department of Homeland Security has been doing. And while this has been happening, the Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Mayorkas, has been telling Congress everything's okay. Joe Biden and Mayorkas have been telling the American people, it's okay. Everything's under control. We have a plan, and the plan is working. They've been saying that for 3 years. Perfectly. Everything's okay. Don't worry about it. It's all fine. You know this. You've seen them say this. At the same time that we have heard, like we showed you, when Mayorkas was in Congress in a congressional hearing, talking to Representative Darrell Issa in 2023, I believe it was March of 2023, that he was talking, and that's when we found out that there were at that time 142 known or suspected terrorists that entered the United States. That's what we knew then. By the end of 2023, 172 known or suspected terrorists. That's 172 potential 9/11s. That's 172 potential Fort Hoods, 172 potential San Bernardinos or Orlando nightclubs were running around America that the Department of Homeland Security knew about, and most of them, we didn't know where they were. That's after 546 attempts by criminals, by known or suspected terrorists to enter the United States. 546 that we know of. We actually were able to stop all but 25%, 172 of them. And 172 of them are running around America right now with a 3-year pass to do whatever the hell they want before they have to be deported. You don't have to believe me. This is the news, folks. We've been reporting this. You can look it up. I've done video after video after video, week after week on all of this. We have the international sources on all of this. I don't have to make any of this up. And so Mayorkas, because he was telling Congress over and over again that everything's fine, that this is all part of the plan, that they are working diligently to that they won't close the border. At no point will they say, and we'll close the border. No, the border is going to stay open. And we're going to use National Guard troops so that we can let more people in. They're making it easier to come into America, easier to go into the nation and to get into all of our states. They want to make it easier, but they're not stopping anyone. None of this is stopping anyone. And because Mayorkas has said two different things to the American people versus what he's actually doing. He's being impeached. He's going to be impeached. Now, there's two things that he's being impeached on: his violation of law and failure to do his job. The failure to do the law is to enforce illegal immigration law. See, the progressive left, they love to misword these things. They always talk about, well, it's about immigration. No, it's about illegal immigration. No one's talking about legal immigration. Whether or not that needs to be reformed, totally different question. That has nothing to do with illegal, the criminal entry of America. You know, those undocumented migrants, as the left likes to call them. They aren't migrants, they're invaders, and they're illegal. They don't have any documentation, any proof, any authorization to be in the United States. They have broken and entered into our nations. To make it simple, if it was in your, this is somebody who was banging on your door, broke down your door, and moved into your home. That's breaking and entering. And according to Mayorkas and the progressives, that's okay. Don't worry about it. That's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry. I'm worried. I don't want strangers to be breaking into my house, which is my nation. My nation is my house. So let me step back to some of the comments here. I know sometimes I get carried away and I don't look at the comments as much as I should. I apologize. But I am trying to. But I'm trying to also make sure that we are getting a clear understanding of the news and the things that are being hidden from us. So let me go all the way back. Wow, people go all the way back. User has been banned says that China likely has troops in the United States because of the open border policies that we have seen. Well, I can say that, and it is a fact, we know that China opened up 4 police stations in the United States. This was not, this wasn't legal. This was illegal. China had their police, their agents, spies essentially, enter into the United States and open up illegal police stations so they could threaten American citizens and former or current members of China, the Communist Party. We know this because on this channel, back in 2022, we were able to provide live the actual address, not just the address in New York City. We had the street, the building number, the floor, the door. We were able to identify that in one live stream. We were able to provide that information that the FBI, it took them an additional 4 months before they recognized that there were 2 illegal police stations in New York City. So I want you to understand that they may not have troops here, but they definitely have police here. They definitely have spies here. The Confucius Institute, we all know what that is, right? The Confucius Institute that we have done studies on in over 20 colleges across the United States that is known for creating spy networks. This is something they've been investigated in 50 countries around the world. That's what the Confucius Institute does. And we know this. And they're here in America right now. Matter of fact, they're in Binghamton University. They give Binghamton University $250,000 a year so that they can push their propaganda of how great China and communism is to the students of Binghamton University. We know this. They just signed a contract in 2022, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, they've been having troops. They at least have police and spies in America. User has been banned says walls are ineffective anyway. Cartels are putting ladders up on pickups now, and they mine the land to get under it. Well, there is nothing that is a perfect solution to answer your user has been banned. You're right. You know, they'll always, if you put up a 30-foot wall, they'll put they'll build a 40-foot ladder. If you make it go into the ground like the Trump wall does, and you go down 10 feet, they'll dig 20 feet under. I understand that. But it's the fact that you are making it more difficult, and you are making a message that the border isn't open, that they have to use extreme effort. You want them to have to spend time and money and effort to get into America. It's not as simple as walking through a welded open door. There's a big difference. If the door is welded open, you are implicitly saying, come on in. There is no one stopping you. You are welcome here. If you have to climb a fence or dig through a tunnel to try and get in, you know you're breaking the law. You're breaking in. You're not wanted there. You have to actively force your way in. There's a very big different statement there. And that statement, that difference, if you say the door is welded open, you can walk through any time, temptation, curiosity, opportunity, people are going to go through that door because it's open and no one else is around to stop them. If I have to use a ladder, well, now I got to go get a ladder. I got to get someone to help me out. I'm going to dig a mine. I need people to help me with that. It's a hassle. Obviously, they don't want me there. You're going to disincentivize some people. There is a difference. I hope that makes that clear. Let me see here. Dow says, without doubt, there are private civilian Chinese facilities in Manitoba, in Canada, just over the border. Reports show that many of those employed there have had ties to the PLA. Well, that's not new news to me. But yes, there are many of these organizations just across our borders. And by the way, the northern border is as porous, if not more of a problem than the southern border. We've been saying that on this channel for well over a decade, that we need to protect the northern border. It is far too easy, and many people do just take a plane into Canada and walk across the northern border. Throughout the Northwest, you can just walk. It's just trees. That's it. There's nothing blocking you from entering America. And this isn't news. I'm not giving away anything. Everyone knows this. You can go into the Northwest, over by Oregon, over by Idaho, by the Dakotas, and you can just walk across the border. There's nothing there. Yes, is it cold? Absolutely. Is it a hike? Absolutely. Is it difficult? Probably. But you can do it. You can do it in upstate New York. You can walk across a bridge. You can walk across the roads. You can swim or take a rowboat across the river. You can it is very easy across the north, and no one is paying attention to most of it. Everyone's talking about the southern border with reason, but the northern border is just as bad, if not worse. And very often, we have found that a large number of the known or suspected terrorists that are entering America come from the north. They go through the northern border because no one's looking at it. Everyone's looking at the south. And in particular, the drug gangs, the cartels, the sex slavers, even the other migrants, if they find out that you're a terrorist, or that you plan to do something terrorist in America, they don't want you, because you're going to make it harder for them and their cousins, their family to follow and to enter into America. You're going to make their life hard, and you might even kill them. So the southern border, they have been better at protecting the American southern border from terrorists than the northern border. That's a fact. And better, far better than Homeland Security. Let me catch up here. Mary mentions that Mayorkas is a fall guy. Kamala was supposedly in charge. Where is she at? Well, she's completely failed. Again, something they don't want to talk about. This is why this is suppressed. That's why this channel gets suppressed. We've been saying for years, Kamala Harris is a failure. If you want to make any situation worse than where you started at, send Kamala Harris. She will guaranteed make any situation, any discussion, anything she's working on will be worse after she gets involved than it was before she got there. Every single time. She has been March 2021. Joe Biden put Kamala Harris in charge of the southern border. March 2021. And what has happened since then? Did I not just mention we had all-time record-breaking numbers of illegal aliens entering into America? Did I not mention 172 known or suspected terrorists entering America? By the way, to put it into perspective for you, that is 50 times, let me say it again, 50 times more known or suspected terrorists trying to get into America than in 2000. 50 times more under Kamala Harris and her job as Southern Border Czar. She's been to one meeting. Let me say again, one meeting. She went once to because Donald Trump embarrassed her and went to the southern border. Kamala Harris then went near the border and went to one meeting. That's it. That's her entire resume in dealing with the southern border. She was once near the southern border and she went to one meeting. Excuse me. No, it was one meeting about illegal immigration. That's it. There's Kamala Harris, her entire resume, all of her efforts to close the border. She is horrendous. Again, you want to make a situation worse, send Kamala Harris. And for those who are going to say, but Mike, that's such a racist thing. Why? Did I mention that her color? What's her color of skin have to do with it? Oh, well, that's just because you're sexist, Mike. Did I say anything about her being a woman? When did you hear me say a woman has anything to do with it? You didn't. You didn't hear me talk about her color of skin. You didn't hear me talk about her education. You didn't hear me talk about her gender, her sexual preference, who she's sleeping with, how she got into politics, which is a whole scandal all its own. No, I didn't say any of that. See, those are the distractions. That's the way they try and take you away from the subject at hand. Kamala Harris is a failure because of her actions. She failed in the execution of her job. Period. Full stop. Has nothing to do with whether she's a woman or not. Has nothing to do with her sexual preference. Has nothing to do with the color of her skin. I don't care about any of those things. She's a failure. She's a failure because she failed to do her job. Period. Point blank. Stop. If you add anything to that, you're trying to change the conversation. You're trying to give her an excuse. You're trying to forgive the fact that she's a failure. But she is a failure. Period. Full stop. Done. You want to say, but she's a woman. I don't care. What's that got to do with it? Is she a woman and she got it done? No. Did being a woman have any impact with her being able to say, don't weld the gate open? No. She could have said it, whether she's white or black, male, female, I don't care. She could have, all she had to say is, don't weld the gate open. She didn't do that. She said, weld it open. She's a failure. Period. It's just that simple. Anyone on the left who wants to dispute this with me, please do. Let's have this conversation. Please tell me what aspect of being a woman or straight or gay, white or black or Asian or anything else, please tell me how any of that has anything to do with whether or not you give an order to weld a gate open or closed. Please explain that. But they won't. They won't have that conversation because they can't, because they will lose, because there is no explanation. But thank you, Mary, for the question and for bringing that up. User has been banned says that China has 2 police stations in Japan as well. They actually have illegal police stations in 50 countries around the world before it was brought to the global attention. Several of them have been closed, but they still have illegal police stations around the world. And I guarantee you, they still have one in New York City, and I guarantee you they have one in California. Absolutely. In LA. Guaranteed. Now, we've been talking about a bunch of these things. And I know that YouTube hates me right now. And I know that they're trying to suppress this. I want to ask you guys for one thing. If you made it this far, like, share, subscribe. That's it. That's all we ask. Like, share, subscribe. It makes the world of difference in terms of the algorithms. And all we're asking you to do is support our right to free speech. You don't have to like or agree with everything we say. In fact, we tell you, you shouldn't. Double check everything I say. Look at the sources for yourself. Come to your own decision because you are an adult. You are a grown individual. You have agency and you're intelligent. We respect that you may disagree with us, and that is good. That's why there is a First Amendment. So we can disagree, so that we can talk about these things. And that's why we ask you to help us with the algorithm, because the algorithm doesn't believe in that. The algorithm wants you to be a parrot. The algorithm wants you to be silent and hold your head down and obey, to be subservient. And we don't agree with that. And all we're asking you for is a like, a share, and most of all, subscribe, so that together we're able to have this expression of the First Amendment, so that you can tell me when you disagree to say, Mike, I think you're wrong. Fantastic. Do that. I want you to do that. If you think I am wrong, if you think I have not looked at all the evidence or looked at all the material, the facts that are out there, fantastic. Let's have that discussion, that robust, honest, and open conversation. That's what I want. And we can only get there if you give us a like, a share, and subscribe. That's it. And if you have the money, if you have the ability, hey, you want to be a supporter of the channel, it's $1.50 a month on Patreon. That's it, $1.50. We will never ask you for more money than that, $1.50 a month. That's less than any cup of coffee anywhere in America. It's less than a donut. I think that's a fair exchange. We do hours upon hours of content every week, and it costs you less than one donut a month. I think that's fair. But again, that's up to you. All we really ask for is to like, to share, and subscribe. Let me check on Rumble again. Guys, over in Rumble, come on. You guys can do better than this. You can leave more comments than this in Rumble. I know you guys are there. So, I know. Talking about the southern border, talking about the Department of Homeland Security, it's not exciting and sexy, which is part of the reason why the news media is trying to make you look at The View. They're trying to make you watch CNN. They're trying to, more importantly, they're trying to get you to watch the Housewives of wherever the hell. I don't watch any of that kind of crap. They want you to watch reality TV. They want you to watch anything and everything except anything that might affect your life. Anything that you might have a comment on. They don't want you to think about that. They don't want you to talk about that. So I did want to bring up Mayorkas. I did want to bring up the breaking news. But let's talk about, and what we normally do on the show, is we start off talking about international news and how it's affecting the world and the United States, and then go into domestic and how the policies here in the United States are affecting the world as well as American citizens. So obviously breaking news takes precedence first, and as we did, and now we're going to go back into that. So I wanted to bring up that, see, in the United States, this idea that the left has, that, oh my God, it's the conservatives. Being a conservative is so dangerous. It's so bad. It's so terrible. Except we're seeing the rest of the world is getting more and more conservative as well. We're seeing this now in Finland. They're having their election, and we should have the results, should be coming out very shortly, the results of the Finn election. And I guarantee you, they're leaning more conservative too. Their current administration is going center right, and they're going to keep that position. They're looking at closing their borders. They are looking at trying to preserve their nation and to stop being progressive, or at least as progressive as Europe has been, because it hasn't worked. It hasn't made them safer. It hasn't helped their economy. It hasn't helped their people. So what's wrong with being, if you're doing something and it doesn't work, and you keep doing that and it keeps not working, why not try something different? I mean, this should make sense to most people in the world. If what you have done has failed, and every time that you do it, it fails, why keep doing it? At some point, try something else. Maybe it's what you're doing that's the problem. It's not a question of how much time or how much money you put to it. It's just wrong. They're just wrong. The progressives are just wrong. And Finland, like Sweden, like Italy, like Switzerland, like many countries around the world, are coming to the realization, yeah, this open borders, this progressive ideology, it's just not working. It has never worked in the past, and it's not working now either. And they're becoming more and more, they're moving more and more to the right. And we're hearing more and more, as that happens, that the right are the bad guys. Just so happens that the left has control of the news media. Gee, I wonder why they might say we're the bad guys. Hang on, I got a comment here. A question. Graham says, Michael, what is the biggest argument you've heard in favor of mass immigration we've seen during the Biden administration? What is the best argument for? Okay, give me a second. So, from the progressive point of view, there's a couple of reasons why you want more immigration. First of all, because white people are evil. If you believe in critical race theory, if you believe in intersectionality, whites have privilege. That's why they changed the definition of racism and added a component of power. Because otherwise, everything that's being done by colleges, what's being done by the progressive left, would immediately be identified as it should, as racism. And therefore, they would lose power. So they changed the definition so it would justify what they do. So one of the reasons why we're seeing open borders is it takes power away from white elites, from white conservatives. That's the goal. They want white conservatives, white middle class, white upper class to have less power and to theoretically, this is all theoretical, and give more power to people of color. Does that happen? No. Does not happen. Look at who controls the Democratic Party, BLM, Antifa, the Progressive Party. White people. Very white elites. Many of them that come from Harvard and Stanford and Cornell and Binghamton University. They're white people who are running this. The very same white elites that they're saying are bad are the ones that are in charge of these progressive movements over and over again. George Soros is not black. George Soros is very white. The World Economic Forum, the World Economic, the WEC, World Economic Committee, the UN, white people. So you can't tell me, oh, we're doing this for people of color. Then why is everybody in charge not a person of color? So that's one of their reasons. They want to change that power balance. They do it because of economics. So this is going to help. There's an obligation. Because America is a first world nation, according to progressives, we have an obligation to take care of everyone else. You see, they can't uplift the rest of the world. It's very difficult. You can't bring all of the world up to the quality of life and level of freedom of the United States. It's next to impossible. It's too many people trying to uplift them all. You can't do it. But what you can very easily do is take America and drop it down to where everyone else is, to diminish the United States so it just becomes another country. And that's one of the things. That's what redistribution is about, whether it's redistribution of wealth or morality or opportunity. It is, again, about diminishing the person you're doing it to. We're doing it to the United States. We're taking the wealth of the United States and giving it to the rest of the world because of privilege, quote unquote, privilege. And this is the argument about why we need an open border, because it's redistributing not just wealth, but it's redistributing power and privilege and opportunity. That's the reasoning on the left. That's probably the best reasons on the left that they can offer. Mind you, it's complete crap. None of it is accurate in terms of economics, in terms of power distribution, in terms of integration, in terms of unity of the nation. None of it works. But that's the argument they make. And it sounds great. And if you don't think about it more than just the surface level, if that's all you think of is that headline, then you can go to sleep at night as a progressive and say, it's all wonderful. I hate being born white. And that's what they want. They want you to hate yourself. They want you to want to diminish yourself. They want to dehumanize you. But it doesn't work. Because when you dehumanize people, there's always a backlash to that. So I hope that answers your question, Graham. Yes, folks, I do like to take questions from the audience throughout the show on various issues. And I do try to spend more than just a 30-second soundbite of, oh, well, here's the answer, 30 seconds. I can do that. I've been on the news programs. I can go on to a radio talk show. I can go on to the mainstream news media, and I can give you the 30-second rundown just as good as anybody in the industry. Matter of fact, probably better than most politicians. I can do the 30-second, here's the soundbite, here's that sentence that's going to get quoted by the news. I can do that. I've done it. I'm a member of the press. I understand what they're looking for. But you, especially in the live streams, deserve more than that. You deserve an answer. Because sound bites are empty. They're useless. They provide you nothing. And that's why I try and give a more complete answer. Now, Graham goes on to say, have you heard anyone argue that mass migration is necessary for the future health of our nation? Well, they constantly say that. It's the future health of our nation because we're distributing the wealth, because we're distributing the power. It is more beneficial because the world is going to do better because we gave them all our stuff. These are all arguments. It's part of that same argument in mass immigration. It doesn't work. It's a complete lie. Graham goes on to say, as in to reverse the shrinking base of population pyramid. Well, all of the first world nations, it's funny, all the first world nations are having a population drop. The number of births, native births of American citizens or in the UK are dropping. It is unsustainable. We don't have enough births in our country to maintain our population, so our population will shrink. That is a fact. That is happening in every first world nation. Why is it happening? Well, the first world nations are also very progressive. They have huge movements. They have an entire education system that is dedicated to progressive ideology. Progressives, more often than not, don't get married. They don't have children. And if they do have children, they have less children than conservatives. The more conservative you are, the more likely you are to get married, the more likely you are to have children, and to have more children than just one. So what you're seeing is the more that we see progressivism take hold in the West, in first world nations, the more that we see the population shrink, because progressivism doesn't tend to give us the next generation. It's antithetical to that. The more gay your nation is, the more non-fertile the policies you have, the less kids you have. And that's part of it. So that's part of why. Now, I know Chuck Schumer may think otherwise, but that's not the reality. Graham goes on to say, what about our overgrown intelligence surveillance industry? Overgrown intelligence surveillance industry? I don't know if that's an industry. We have agencies, but I don't know about an industry. Going on, don't they need more people to spy on, monitor, without having to go outside our border and risk foreign entanglements? Well, first of all, they're already in the United States is entangled in every other nation, just as every other nation is entangled in the United States. Every country has a spy network. Every network is in every country. That's a fact. And every country is trying to influence every other country in the world. Just most of them aren't successful. The United States tends to be more successful than most countries. But you can't tell me China does it too. So does India. So does Iran. So does Cuba, Venezuela. They all do it. Every country does it. So that's something that's universal. So no, entanglements in foreign nations is meaningless to any country because they already exist. And do the spy agencies want more people to investigate? No. They want less. What they want are more people to capitulate, to obey and be subservient, and they want to investigate the people who are likely not to obey. And if anything, they want that number to be as small as possible, which guarantees their power. The government doesn't need an excuse to expand. It will always expand. Governments, every government in the world, since the day they were created, have expanded. They will naturally, it's a natural side effect of having a government, is that government will try to expand and get bigger and bigger, and to try and take more and more power from the people, the citizens of that nation, and put it into itself. That happens in every government that has ever existed, no matter the type of government it is, in the history of mankind. That is a fact. It always grows. It always becomes corrupt. It always tries to take power from the people. Every single government. Some do it quickly. Some do it slowly. Every government does it. But spy agencies, their real job is to maintain the power of the government, not anything else. That's what a spy agency is for. They're really there to just, will the government continue? Good. Will the government continue at this level of power or better? Good. That's what a spy agency is for. They want people to be complicit, and they want to be able to maintain or corral those who are not complicit. And that means they want them to be smaller. In terms of money, they will always get more money because as the government grows, it spends more money. Every government in the world does that. They have always done that. They will always grow. They will always spend more money, and every part of the government will always get richer, which is part of the corruption. So they don't need to do anything extra to be able to become richer or more powerful than just doing what they do every year. I hope that answers your question there. Biden, Graham, you have so many questions. Hang on. Graham goes on to say, by the way, folks, you can ask questions too, or you can make comments on this if you disagree with any part of it. Graham goes on to say, Biden's increase in IRS staff also fits into this pattern. More people and more exchanges in the U.S. economy require more government oversight and enforcement of the law. No, that's an excuse for it. You're actually going backwards. The answer is because we have so many people, we have to have more laws. We need to have more law enforcement and government oversight. Well, that's after the fact. What they're doing is they're growing the size of the government, and then they're finding excuses to justify why they grew that. Biden didn't grow the IRS because there's a bunch of illegal aliens who can't get a job, who can't work in the United States, that aren't paying taxes. You can't say, and he will say, well, because they're going to help the U.S. economy. They can't legally get a job. They can't legally pay taxes. They're a burden on America, and I don't understand. If they can't get a job and they can't pay taxes, then you can't tell me that we have more IRS agents because they're helping America. They're a blatant burden by law. So what you're saying is we expect them to break the law, and when they break the law, we expect them to then follow the other law that says you have to pay taxes. Well, that's stupid. That makes no sense. That's counterproductive. It's you're literally screwing up the system you created, and it's chaos. It makes no sense. But I hope that makes more sense to you. Biden didn't increase the number of IRS agents because of the number of illegals, but he did it because he just wanted more IRS agents. He wants more government control over the economy. And then an excuse that he can use is that some point in the future, when those illegal aliens become citizens, which is now he's laying a path to citizenship and saying, well, we have to be prepared for when they're citizens and we need more IRS agents to help. Well, that's just all kinds of wrong and incorrect. But that's the justification for the action after the fact. So I hope that makes sense. So yeah, there is no good answer for why there is no need for mass migration. And every country around the world is learning that lesson. We're seeing that throughout the entire European Union. We're seeing that in the United Kingdom. We're seeing that in the United States. There is no nation that is benefiting from mass migration, except certain third world nations that are trying to reduce their populations so that they can maintain control. They want their population to thin out. They want their population to go somewhere else so that they can, not only can they thin their population and reduce their burden of trying to take care of their own people in their countries. It doesn't matter if you're Zimbabwe, Uganda, Mozambique. You could be talking about Venezuela or Chile. You could be talking about, I don't know, Lithuania. Doesn't matter. The more people that they have that go to the United Kingdom or the United States or to Germany, well, that means they have less people that they have to pay all of the healthcare costs for or the education costs. They're gone. They don't have to pay that. They have more money to spend on the people who are remaining. So it's good. And when those people leave to go to some other country, well, they're going to, hopefully, some of them will be sending money back to their families who are desperate for the money. And therefore, money is going to be leaving that country, coming in. And we see this. I mean, I'm in the Bronx. I can go literally 2 blocks, and there is a business. It is a international money transfer business. That's their only job. That's what the business does. All it does is take American dollars and send it to some other country in the world. We have so many migrants in this formerly all U.S. citizen community in the Bronx, North Bronx. There are so many migrants here that someone opened up a business whose only job is to take U.S. dollars and to send it somewhere else in the world. Now, the nation that's getting that money, they're happy. U.S. dollar is worth more money than a peso. It's worth more money than a rupee. It's worth more money than a ruble. So, or yen. They're very happy to have dollars come in. That makes their country richer. It gives them, and they have higher taxes. They're able to use those taxes to spend as they want in their country. So they want mass migration. Third world nations absolutely want mass migration. It is good for them. First world nations, absolutely a horror story. There is no benefit. None whatsoever. I hope that makes sense to people. If it doesn't make sense, someone tell me. It doesn't make sense. I don't get that. But that's why you see third world nations are more than happy to send their people out on 1,000-mile treks. They don't care because it's good for them. We should care. It's bad for us. Let me move on. Where was I at? Oh, Finland. Right. Let me see here. Let me see. Where are we? Mayorkas, Finland. What is this? Oh, Canada. Talking about Canada. Let's have a quick look at this. So Canada is also one of those nations that is a great example of how screwed up all of this really, really is. Remember during the 2020, remember the whole the Canadian truckers who were there and they were protesting against the Trudeau government? And the Trudeau government, when the truckers of Canada did the exact same thing that Antifa and BLM do on a weekly basis. The Democratic Socialists of America are doing it every day. The pro-Hamas students and protesters here in the United States are constantly blocking off streets. They do it all the time. They've had the protests where they occupy parks and they occupy streets and entire neighborhoods. They have autonomous zones. This is what the left does on a regular basis. And when a bunch of truckers did the same thing that the left has been doing for decades, then Trudeau, who loves China, decided he was going to do what the Chinese communists would do. Come down like a ton of bricks, break every law, and punish them. How dare you defy the will of the government? And the world saw this. Jordan Peterson spoke out about it, and he has been punished ever since for daring to say that the Trudeau government was wrong, that they overreached their power, that they broke the Canadian law, and they have harmed the Canadian people. And if you're not going to punish the left for autonomous zones, if you're not going to punish the left for blocking off street upon street upon street and stopping people from being able to use those streets, how dare you go after someone just because they're not left enough, they're not leftist enough, they're not progressive enough for you, that they're not supporting a progressive ideology. And we know, now, Canada said, well, no, it was perfectly legal because they said so. Trudeau said, I absolutely have the power. Of course I have the power to do that. I could do that anytime I want to. Emergency powers, I can do anything I want. He lied. And everyone said it at the time. He's a liar. He lied. Emergency powers doesn't give him that power. He never had that power. That power was made up by him. And he was hoping that enough people would just hold their heads down and he would get away with it. And if they did stay silent, if they did just obey, then he would have that power forever going forward. Everybody who would be in charge of Canada would forever have that power, every prime minister after him. That's how governments become corrupt. Don't say anything, just obey, just be subservient. And if you are, then the people in power have more power and you become more of a slave. And the truckers and millions of people around the world said, no, that's not right. That is evil. That is a power grab. The Canadian government doesn't have that power. They don't have that right. Even though they're not as free as American citizens, they are more free than what Trudeau was doing. And it was blatantly illegal, unconstitutional, and a crime. And now, without much fanfare, did you notice you're not hearing about this across all the major news? News media was more than happy. MSNBC, CNN, ABC, New York Times were more than happy to plaster on every single headline of every newspaper and every program that the truckers, oh my God, the Canadian truckers, what horrible people for doing what the left does every day. How dare they block off city streets? How dare they defy the government? They must obey. They need to be punished. Oh, they lost their bank accounts because they need to be punished. Not once did the left-leaning news media say, By the way, this breaks every law in Canada, that this is criminal. This is an abuse of power. This is punishing people because of politics. This is authoritarian. No, they didn't say that. And guess what? We're right. And even the courts in Canada are now coming out and saying, now mind you, it's taken 3 years, but they are finally admitting, by the way, the Canadian government doesn't have that power. That is authoritarian. That is a violation of Canadian law. That is criminal, and it is an abuse of power. The truckers were right. They always were right. The people were right. Trudeau was wrong. The government was wrong. It took years, and it doesn't get a lot of fanfare. This isn't hitting all the news. This isn't being promoted by all the left-leaning news media saying, oh, don't you see, don't you? They were happy to tell you to obey, shouting it from the rooftops. And they will quietly whisper, by the way, we were wrong. They whisper how wrong they were and how illegal and authoritarian what they did is. They'll whisper that so that you can't tell them, you can't say, well, you didn't admit the truth. Oh yeah, we did. On, page 101 of 101 pages of news. Yeah, it was the last paragraph. We buried it, but we did report it. We didn't tell anyone about it. We didn't reference it. We kind of ignored it. But we did say it happened. We did do our job. Can't say we didn't do our job. We just didn't let you know that the job got done. Oops. Oversight. How could we have missed that? I don't understand why we didn't notice that more. By the way, obey. Here's a new thing that the government's going to do that is going to break the government, break the law. Here's another way that the government's going to overreach its power. Shut up, submit, and you be quiet. And that's what they want you to do. And I can't stand it. I cannot stand it. It drives me nuts. So that's something that you're not hearing about. And if there's anyone in Canada, again, anyone, Trudeau, anyone in Trudeau's government that would like to dispute this with me, if you would like to tell me how I am misunderstanding Canadian law, if I am misunderstanding the Canadian courts, as they say that Trudeau broke Canadian law, that his emergency powers did not give him the right to stomp on the individual rights of the citizens of Canada. If there's anyone in Trudeau's government that wants to tell me how I'm wrong, please, let's have this conversation. Because it's the same conversation we're having here in America. It's the same thing that we're seeing here in America. And I understand you kicked out Jordan Peterson from Canada because he dared to say, nope, the Canadian government doesn't have that right. That just because the Canadian government, because Trudeau wants to be a bunch of authoritarians and they want to control everything that you breathe, what you say, how much money you have, which bank account you can have, even though they want to micromanage your life, they don't have that right. And you drove out on a broomstick, Jordan Peterson, ran him out on a rail, tried to tar and feather him for daring to say his opinion, which just happens to be absolutely true. And now that there's vindication for the truckers, for all the people who supported the truckers in Canada, who supported the protest of the government abusing the people, yeah, we don't really want to talk about that. That's, that's 5 seconds of news. We're going to keep going. That's old news. Let's not talk about it anymore. That's old news. Why are you talking about it? Who cares, right? Who cares? Who cares about talking about government abuse of power? Who cares about the government becoming more and more authoritarian? Nobody cares about that. It's old news. We're not going to talk about that. Let's go on to the next thing. This is what they're doing to you, folks. This is what they're doing to you. And they're trying to punish this channel for daring to point that out to you, to just highlight how they are abusing you. And that is very much, in fact, authoritarian. Oh, wait a minute. We got some comments over. Oh, Dal. Dal is commenting over on Rumble. So it seems that YouTube was censoring his comment on YouTube. What a surprise. Let's see. Dow says that when he was going to describe all the places the PLA can plant people, we're looking at a three-front kinetic fight. If we weaken ourselves further with infighting, if our internal strife rises to kinetic conflict, I have no doubt that the CCP would offer assistance to our federal government to restore harmony, order, and democracy. That assistance, of course, taking the form of activation of their influence in various underground forces. Well, yes, I do see that. That's a comment coming from Rumble. We are live simulcasting on Rumble as we speak, and we do check on the Rumble chat, which is massively more than what we see. I gotta love it. Rumble, actually, I gotta give a compliment to Rumble. They actually believe in free speech. Their algorithm, while it needs work, does not suppress people's voices. If people want to find a subject, they find it in Rumble, and they actually are able to watch what they want to watch. YouTube will suppress the hell out of everything, which is why we often have 5-10 times as many people watching on Rumble than we do on YouTube. It's just funny. And we have more subscribers on YouTube than we have on Rumble. We've been around on YouTube for, 2 decades? We've been on Rumble for like 2.5 years. And we have more people watching this live right now on Rumble than we do on YouTube. It just tells you something. It tells you something about that. Anyway, I don't know if everyone heard about, since we're talking about the corruption of governments, and we were talking about the corruption in Canada under the Trudeau administration, let me just briefly mention that Canada is not alone. There's also the corruption that we're seeing in the Ukraine, as many on the right have said. Many conservatives, many Republicans have pointed out that we don't know what's happening with the money. We have given the Ukraine $200 billion. That's a lot of money. And we don't know where the money's going. It's just disappearing. Some of the weapons that we have been trying to give to the Ukraine have shown up in Africa amongst a bunch of warlords, and we don't know how that got there. Well, we're getting some of the answers now because we find out that the Ukraine is finally understanding that there's a bunch of corruption. They're admitting Ukraine, which is one of the most corrupt countries in the world prior to 2020. 2019, one of the most corrupt countries in the world was the Ukraine. And surprisingly, here we are, 2024, and we've just figured out that Ukraine is corrupt. What a shock. How could we have ever guessed that one of the most corrupt countries in the world has corruption? And that they are disappearing some of the money, our U.S. taxpayer money, some of the United Kingdom's taxpayer money is just disappearing. They're taking the money, $40 million. Now, mind you, out of $200 billion just from the United States, another $30 billion just from the United Kingdom. That's $230 billion just in 2 countries. And there are dozens of countries that have given billions of dollars to the Ukraine. But let's just go with the United States alone. $200 billion. Did anyone notice $40 million? Not really. That just disappeared. You know why people notice this? Do you know why this story is out? Do you know why the Ukraine caught 5 people who bilked $40 million? Because they didn't get the weapons. They were buying ammo. That was $40 million for artillery shells. And they never got the artillery shells. Any artillery shells. Which according to the articles, if they had gotten any of the artillery shells, if they had one truckload of artillery shells show up, no one would have noticed. No one would have cared. If they sent one artillery truck every 6 months, no one would have found out that they had taken the other $40 million. No one would have paid attention. No one would have cared. But because Ukraine is losing the war and they need artillery to slow down the Russians, they're like, wait a minute, there's supposed to be $40 million of artillery shells. We don't have them, which means we're not slowing down the Russians. Who took the money? Where's the artillery shells? Where's the money? Because they really want the artillery shells. They don't care about the money. They don't. The Ukraine didn't care about the corruption. They didn't care about the money. They cared about the artillery shells. So as long as they had some artillery shells, they would have let the corruption go. This is very important to understand. This is critical to understand because it tells us something. It tells us that there is abuse that is going on in the Ukraine right now, that they are still just as corrupt as they always have been, and all of this money that we have been shoving hand over fist into them is being used corruptly, that people are getting rich off of our taxpayer money because we're not stopping to think about who wears our money, who has it, what's the accountability. This is money that we're never going to get back. So the very least, if we will never get this money back, and let's be honest, if the Ukraine tomorrow defeated Putin, they defeated Russia, fantastic. We will never get $200 billion back. What? The United Kingdom will never get $30 billion back. Never going to happen. This is money that we will never get. In the best case scenario, not only does the Ukraine win, they get back all their land, they get back the Crimea. In fact, they take land away from Russia. They take land from Putin. They get extra land. We still will never get paid back a single dime. That's a fact. We're never getting, there is no agreement. Everybody who's listening, name one agreement, name one thing that happens if Ukraine wins. We have been funding and throwing money and weapons at the Ukraine, and we have never said, and if you win, we get this. We have no victory condition. We have no exit plan. In fact, we have said over and over again, the exit plan is whatever the Ukraine says. Whatever the Ukraine decides is the victory condition, that's our out. That's our victory. That means that if the Ukraine says, well, we're done fighting and we're not paying anyone back, victory. Your money is gone now. No matter what they spent it on. And we know that this corrupt nation, again, that doesn't mean that just because they're corrupt doesn't justify what Russia did. There's a big difference there. The fact that they're corrupt doesn't mean that they should be invaded. I didn't say that. So on the left, don't twist my words. I haven't said that. But let's be clear that they're corrupt and they have no exit plan. They have no victory condition. There is no win for anyone outside of the Ukraine. In fact, even in the Ukraine, nobody knows what a win condition is. Basically, the win condition is Russia stops firing weapons at them. That's the victory. That's it. That's the condition of victory. So all of this money, I would ask, the very least that they could do for us is they could spend the money on the things we actually gave them the money for. Spend the money on food to take care of the kids, to give people shelter, to give them medicine. Spend the money on ammo to actually get ammo for the weapons so you can fight the fight, so that you can give gas and get training and have the fight. That's all I'm asking for. If we have to spend money there, and we don't, and we shouldn't, it's not about whether or not I like Putin. I don't like Russia. I've been there. I know what it's like. I'm not a fan of Russia or the Soviet Union or the regime that's in charge right now. And I have better understanding of what that is, having lived in Russia for a year and a half. I have a very good understanding of what's going on to the people, especially in Moscow. I know what's going on. So Even with that knowledge, I'm saying all I'm asking for is if we must spend this money, or if we are spending this money, because Joe Biden is spending the money. He's doing everything he can to guarantee that we are going to spend this money on the Ukraine. Every policy he has, every budget deal that Joe Biden is putting together absolutely guarantees that more of our money is going to be spent in the Ukraine without an exit plan, without a justification, without any repayment option. So since that is the case, can we at least guarantee the money is going where it's supposed to go? Is that too much to ask for? Am I being outrageous, folks, to say, please make sure that if we give you money to buy medicine, if we give you money to buy ammo, that you actually do it? Because they're not. And I guarantee you, this is not the only time. If they have $40 million, and they do, if they have $40 million that is disappearing since the beginning of the war, that they're only now figuring it out. Only now are they figuring out because they're losing. How many more times will we find out the corruption of money, of weapons and food and medical supplies that never showed up, that they've been too busy to notice, that no one has looked for that. They thought they were going to win, so they never had to look for that reserve pile. They never had to go over there and say, okay, now we need that box, that warehouse full of medicine. We need it now because we're losing. We thought we'd win by now. We thought it would be over by now. It's not. We need that now. Oh, what do you mean the warehouse is empty? What do you mean it's always been empty? What do you mean they never bought a single bit of the medicine, the weapons, the food? Oh, it's that corruption that has always existed, that we always knew about, and nobody was busy to, no one cared. This is the same kind of corruption, by the way. This is the same lack of accountability. That's why do the Houthi rebels have rockets right now? It's not just because Iran is giving them. It's because Joe Biden said, oh, on day one, Joe Biden said, yeah, the Houthis are no longer terrorists. Now they're militant rebels. No, they're still terrorists. They always were terrorists. You just decided that, well, Trump said they were terrorists, so they can't be terrorists anymore because Trump was bad. Orange Man bad. Everything he did must be bad. So we have to do the exact opposite of everything that Orange Man bad did. Even though Orange Man bad was right. They were terrorists. Oops. And it's that lack of accountability. Well, no one held him accountable for that. No one paid attention and said, wait a minute, but the Houthis are Iran-backed terrorists. They always were. They've never changed. That did not change. But Biden goes, well, yeah, but our status changed because Orange Man Bad said they were terrorists, and they are. But because he said so, we have to do the exact opposite. And no one's going to hold him accountable for that. He's the reason why American ships are being attacked and our allies are being attacked in the Red Sea. That's a direct consequence of what Joe Biden has done. Because of a lack of accountability, no one remembers this is what he did. I remember, but I'm not the mainstream media. Maybe if you like and share the program, I'll become mainstream, or at least a little bit more mainstream, and people will quote me because I do remember, and the media absolutely doesn't want you to remember. Let me go on. We're getting to Texas, folks. I have not forgotten about Texas. The show is not short. We've got time. I'm getting to Texas. Guaranteed. But I wanted to get through this. And speaking of people who are wasting our money all over the world and doing silly, stupid things with our money, let us not forget that we have come to find out that the UN, that bastion of goodness in the world, the UN and some of their agencies were helping to fund terror. They were helping terrorism. Again, you don't have to believe me. You don't have to agree with me. It's a fact. UN is urging that the countries around the world keep giving money to the organization that was helping Palestine kill civilians. Let's be clear on that. The UN organization that's supposed to be there to just feed people in Palestine, in Gaza, helped to kill people in Gaza. 12 members of the UN task force for humanitarian aid, 12 members were out fighting with Hamas. They were busy killing civilians, helping Hamas to kill civilians, to capture and sexually torture and abuse hostages and use them as human shields. And they want us to fund that. Do you notice that there is a theme that is here? In Canada, we're seeing this in Yemen. We're seeing this with Ukraine. We're seeing this with the UN. All of these countries, don't pay attention. Don't hold anyone accountable. We're going to give money to the bad guys. We're going to give money to bad people, and they will do bad things, and that will come back to us. And it's karma. We gave bad people money. They did bad things against our people. What a shock. How amazing is that? How dare you? And the response has been, how dare you complain? How dare you say don't give more money to the bad guys who continue to do bad things to you? Am I misunderstanding something here, folks? We've seen this over and over again. Houthi rebels, we've seen this. Remember, when Biden took them off as a terrorist organization, he gave them money. He didn't just say, oh, you're no longer on the terrorist watch list. You're no longer a terrorist organization. Joe Biden said, you're no longer considered a terrorist organization, and here is a bunch of humanitarian aid. Tens of millions of dollars of humanitarian aid paid for by the United States taxpayer. And they went out and bought a bunch of rockets and missiles so that they could attack American citizens. Isn't that wonderful? But you're not supposed to complain about that. We gave billions of dollars to the Ukraine. Oh, $40 million disappeared. Nobody actually bought the food or the ammo. Oops. Oh, well. And now we're seeing again, oh, we gave all this money to the UN. We gave money to the UN. We gave it to this organization, millions of dollars, so that they would buy medicine and food to help the people of Palestine. And instead, they're actually going out and killing civilians. They're killing American citizens. They're helping the bad guys kill American citizens and to sexually abuse and torture them. And by the way, I keep saying that because that's what they're doing. I keep saying that because the rest of the news media does not want you to think about the hostages. They do not want to talk about it. They don't want you to think about the condition those hostages are being held in. They don't want you to think that they are being abused, that they are being tortured, that they are being sexually abused by Hamas as we speak. Ask anyone at a Hamas, a pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas movement. All these people, ask Rashida Tlaib and ask them about, oh, what about the American hostages? Don't want to talk about it. Stone silence. Will not talk to you about that. Will not refer to what's happening to those people, what has happened to those people. No, they don't want to talk about it. Gone. News media doesn't want to even mention. Every time they mention the hostages held by Hamas, they don't give you a number. They don't tell you how many, and they won't tell you which countries. They always go Israeli and international hostages. They don't tell you which nations. How many are British? At least 17, right? How many are American? We knew of 22. How many are still alive? We know a bunch of them have died. Some of them because Hamas killed them. Not Israel. Hamas killed them. We know that. So how many are there? Oh, we don't know. We don't talk about that. It's amazing. It's amazing, folks. It is amazing what happens when you actually ask a question and ask for an answer. It is amazing how the government treats you. And by the way, Hamas is perfectly fine with torturing people. Hamas has absolutely no problem torturing the hell out of people if it gets them what they want. You think I am kidding here? No. I believe this is the Hindustan Times, international news media coverage of Hamas. And I'm not going to play this. I'm not going to play this because it'll get me a strike, most likely. YouTube will be upset because even though it's international news media that's providing this, even though this is international news, I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy if I actually play this. But see it for yourself. This is Hamas proudly showing off their female hostages and saying, obey, or those women are going to be tortured in ways that is cruel and unusual, even in the middle of a war. Women. These are women hostages. Hamas is sending out the videos, just like they sent out videos of the dead bodies of the innocent civilians they killed on social media. Well, guess what? They're still doing it. And this is the people that you're being told, Harvard, Stanford, Columbia, the students over at Cornell and Binghamton University. This is who they're cheering for. This is what they are trying to support. This is what Catherine Gay was willing to get fired for. That she stood around and was supporting the abuse of women. They just didn't say it was the abuse of women. They wouldn't tell you that. But they are supporting the abuse of women. It's okay. Because Hamas are the good guys. The good guys who are sexually abusing women as we speak. That's a fact. It only took the news media 2 months to bring up and actually highlight that Hamas is sexually abusing women. And before the end of December of 2023, they started talking about it the beginning of December of 2023. By the end of December of 2023, they stopped talking about it. Because they could honestly say, the news media could say, we covered that. We did tell people that Hamas is sexually abusing women. And we're done. And the National Organization for Women, all of the feminist groups, all of the feminist organizations at every single college, perfectly fine. Oh, well, they already talked about it. It's done. Oh, the women are still being abused, though. Well, we don't want to talk about it. Well, yeah, but we covered that already. But we should be doing something to help those female hostages, right? Because they're being abused. Don't you want to protect them? Yeah, that would be great, but we don't want to talk about it right now. No, because we know Hamas has some problems, but it's not their fault. It's not Hamas's fault. It's Israel's fault. It has to be. Israel's really the reason why those women are being sexually abused by Hamas right now. Does the logic, where's the logic in that? That makes no sense. Which is why since that makes no logical sense, the fact that Hamas is sending out these coercive, evil videos about how they are sexually abusing women, they just don't talk about it because they can't spin this. There is no spin to this. It's just evil. Let's see. Grace. Hello, Grace. Grace is with us, and she says, surprisingly, I did hear on the radio Friday night from ABC News. Friday morning. What did you hear, Grace? Did you hear about the women being abused? Did you hear about the money and the way that's being abused? Which aspect? Probably about the women, I'm thinking. But think about it. this is something that's been happening. If you heard either case, if you heard about the money being embezzled in the Ukraine, that's been 2 years. It took 2 years for the news to come out. And I guarantee you, by Monday morning, no one's going to be talking about it again. But when it comes to the women being sexually abused, if you heard about it, I know I've been talking about it for a while, but if the mainstream media talked about it, think about it. It's only taken them 3 months to just barely talk about it amongst the people, and they let it die as fast as possible. You will not hear about the women. Hamas is bragging about how they are sexually abusing and torturing women, and you won't hear that on Monday. And you will not hear anyone ask the question, if they're doing that to Israeli women, are they doing it to American women? Are they doing it to British women? How many? No one's asking that question. These are serious and basic journalistic questions. How many women are they doing this to? What nationalities are they? Because we know there's many different nationalities. Are they treating American female hostages better or worse than they're treating Israeli or British or French or Nepalese? We need to know these things. This is important. It helps define the way we're going to have our politics. But no, they don't want to talk about that, because then you might not support Hamas. You might not support Joe Biden. So we can't have that conversation. It's really, it's sickening. It sickens me. Have one damn standard. Can we have one standard? How about some accountability? Oh, maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm wrong in expecting this to be important. Because I do find it important. By the way, it's all going to continue to get worse. It is going to get worse. Oh, you didn't know this, but right now, Iraq, the United States is in negotiations with Iraq so that Iraq can go completely tits up. Now, people, if you don't know what tits up means, look it up in a dictionary. It's not sexual. But we're going to do in Iraq what we did in Afghanistan, to an extent. We're going to do the same kind of retreat. Joe Biden is faced with the challenge. Joe Biden is faced with a question. How will he address the Middle East, the turmoil that is there, the ever-shrinking stability in the Middle East, in particular with Iraq, where the United States has a massive influence, that America has spent billions upon billions of dollars and decades being involved in. The Iraq government is saying, you can leave now. The America can leave. The question isn't, should America leave Iraq? The question is, how does America leave Iraq? Same question that was in Afghanistan. It wasn't, do we leave Afghanistan? How do we leave? And the Taliban kicked Joe Biden out, and Joe Biden ran away with his tail between his legs. And now we are seeing Iraq do the same thing. Here's the thing that's important. But ISIS is growing. Do you notice what they said here? Washington and Baghdad open talks on ending anti-ISIS group coalition in Iraq. But ISIS is back. ISIS has been growing. The reason why there are so many civil wars and fighting in Africa at this moment is because of ISIS and Al-Qaeda. That's a fact. ISIS and Al-Qaeda, when they were released by the Taliban from Afghanistan, when Joe handed over the keys to the Taliban, ISIS and Al-Qaeda ran into Africa. And they started destabilizing many of the nations in Africa, like Burkina Faso, like what we're seeing in the Sudan. And that's why those nations have had their turmoil. It's because of ISIS. And ISIS, of course, is also attacking in Iran, which, Iran kind of brought that on themselves. And I'm not I'm not one to cry over spilled milk for Iran. Not my favorite nation. Hey, not because of the people, definitely because of the government. That's another thing. But what we are seeing is they're saying, oh, well, you can leave Iraq now because ISIS is over. No, they're not. They have resurged. Yes, under Trump, we beat ISIS. We did. Absolutely. And if you told me in 2019 that we were going to disband the Iraq coalition because we have beaten ISIS, I'd say, well, that kind of makes some sense. But this is 2024, and ISIS is resurgent. ISIS is actively causing civil wars and governments to change hands around the world at this moment. ISIS is actively fighting in the Middle East, like as in with Iran. ISIS is very much a present force, and Iraq is one of their home bases. And now Iraq is going to kick out the United States. What assurance do we have that ISIS isn't going to take over again? That we're going to be back there in 10 years? Because they're not talking about that. Joe Biden, the only answer Joe Biden is looking to get is how fast can he get out? He wants to do exactly the same thing he did in Afghanistan. How fast can he go? How fast can he run away so he can go to the American people and say, look, I got all the Americans out of Iraq. We took the military out of Iraq. I'm ending wars. No, Joe Biden, you're creating bigger wars just a little bit further down the line. You're making a bigger problem, not a smaller one, because you're running away. And last time he ran away, he left every weapon, every base, all the ammunition, and that hurt the Middle East because he didn't think about it. He just wanted the headline in time for the next election. Joe Biden is rushing so fast, he is right now in the conversation with Iraq to run away. And he needs to get that done before November, which means he is rushing to get out of Afghanistan. Even in the way that Joe Biden ran away, it took a couple of years to get to that decision. And here it is, it's 2024, and Joe Biden has a time limit. He has to have this done before November. Watch and believe that by the summer, Joe Biden will have an exit plan that he's going to be touting to the American people. I bet by June, beginning of June, Joe Biden's going to be touting how he can have all of the American forces out of Iraq before the end of the summer. And that would mean that he's again going to leave behind all the weapons, all the bases, and ISIS is going to pick it all up again. He's going to make the problem even worse. But he's going to say, I'm the hero. I got us out of Iraq. Yeah, at the cost of pumping up terrorism around the world. Maybe it's me. I mean, do you see what I'm saying here? Do you see where the problem is? And I know people are looking at this and they're going, well, Mike, I get it, but I don't know. Now, I know we want to talk about Texas. I'm getting to Texas. I haven't forgotten, folks. I'm getting to Texas. There's a lot that's happening in the world. There really is. And no one's talking to you about it. No one's taking the time to have a conversation with you to talk about these things. I mean, it's all affecting your life. There are threats that are being made against you as we speak, like from North Korea, which nobody in the United States wants to talk about. North Korea. Not only did they fire a cruise missile today, Sunday, the 28th, they fired a bunch of missiles during the week, too. And you didn't hear about this. CNN, MSN, the mainstream news media did not cover this. They did not tell you that North Korea fired a bunch of cruise missiles on top of the underwater nuclear drones that they claim to have, on top of the rockets that they were firing a week ago. They're not telling you this. This sounds like not just the militarization of Southeast Asia, which is happening. China is absolutely threatening Philippines as we speak. They have guaranteed they're going to attack Taiwan as we speak. Japan is building its first army since 1945 as we speak. And North Korea is saying they are going to have a war. They have ended the reunification of Korea. They were on the path under President Trump, 2018, 2019, under President Trump, there was negotiation, and Korea, North and South Korea, were talking about doing the same thing that Germany did, to reunify, to become one nation again, to heal, and to end the war with America, by the way. And this week, Korea said no. They unilaterally said this isn't because of South Korea. It's not because of the United States. It isn't even because of China. North Korea said it's over. They're not going to peacefully join with South Korea, but they will have a war. They told you. They've just told us they're going to go to war. Southeast Asia will have a war because North Korea is going to have a war against South Korea because they're going to unify forcefully. And it's going to be the North that they want to take it all. Now, South Korea, for their part, said, no, they're going to fight back. And by the way, that means America's going to fight back. Not only do we have a bunch of bases in Korea, but more importantly, we have agreements. We are guaranteed, we are locked in, we have to go. That's a war for, when you hear North Korea, Kim Jong-un, saying he's going to have a war with South Korea, he's saying he's going to have a war with America. Because you can't do one without the other. The DMZ, those are American troops. We have American bases. We have agreements. That's war with the United States. He's saying he's going to reactivate the Korean War, a war that never ended. He wants a shooting war again. And he has shown us that he is more than capable of doing so. Underwater nuclear drones, ICBMs that can reach anywhere in America, rockets and missiles, hypersonic missiles that we can't shoot down. He's made it very clear that not only does he have all of these weapons, he has more than enough to keep firing at us. It's not a once and done kind of event. He's got extras. That should scare you, that should terrify you. And because it could scare you and terrify you, and because the Biden administration have zero idea of what to do, zero idea of how to stop this, because they don't want to talk about this, the U.S. media does not talk about it. You should be talking about this. We should be demanding that there should be some kind of plan, some kind of response. Because when we don't respond, well, that's how we get the Houthi rebels attacking the United States and our allies in the Red Sea. When we don't respond, that's how we get Iran-backed militants in Jordan killing American soldiers. How we get the Iran-backed rebels in Iraq and in Sudan and Syria attacking the United States. This is how, by not saying anything, that's how we get American hostages being sexually abused by Hamas. And no one's willing to tell you this to your face. They're all worried about, but you might feel bad. You should. It's not going to make you feel happy. You shouldn't be happy about this. But it's so oppressive. Yes, the bad guys are oppressing us. They are definitely threatening us. And we should be reacting to that. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. But I'm trying to make sure you know. Again, if you don't agree with me, more than happy to see your comment. Tell me how this is good news. Knowing that North Korea this week has fired at least 3 cruise missiles threatening North Korea, Japan, and the United States. Tell me how that is good news. Tell me that when the cruise missiles were fired off and Kim Jong-un said that he is willing to have a ground war to take over Korea, tell me how that is a good thing for the United States. Tell me how the United States will not be involved. I am happy to hear this. Please go right ahead. I'm waiting to hear that comment. And I am sure I will be waiting a long time. Hell will freeze over before I get an answer about that one. I am sure. But this is why I want to share this with you, because no one else will. Because no one else in America is going to talk to you about this. They're not going to be honest with you about this. Okay. So, for a while now, we've been talking about the world. Actually, for about an hour. First hour of the show, we were talking about the breaking news. First hour, hour and a half, we've been talking about the breaking news and how this is going to affect your life. And I think that's important. Second hour, we've been talking now about international policy. And we have seen in the Middle East, in Southeast Asia, and in Russia, the things that are affecting you are the corruption and the fact that there is no plan, no strong leadership that is pushing back against the forces that want to see you dead. I think that's important. Dow says, I wonder if President Xi of China, the Chinese Communist Party's president, if Xi will have North Korea invade Taiwan for it as a test run for the unification war of the Korean Peninsula. No, won't happen. Korea is further away from Taiwan than China's mainland is, so any kind of attempt to invade Taiwan would be identified long before they ever arrived. North Korea is not as organized. Their military is not as well structured, well trained, and as capable as the Chinese government. Therefore, you could see a very prolonged battle between North Korea and Taiwan, with Taiwan initially very likely to repulse anything that North Korea does. It would be counterproductive. And if North Korea were to go after Taiwan, that would be a justification for South Korea to go into North Korea. So they would have their forces split. In best case, they'd have forces that were split between Taiwan and in North Korea, or very likely, because I don't think Kim Jong-un is a brilliant military strategist. Most likely, he'd have all his forces over in Taiwan, and that would give an opening for South Korea to go into North Korea to try and end his rule. And it gets messy and bloody really quick after that. So no, I don't think they would do that. I think if China's already said they'll go in, they have no reason not to live up to their word. It's not like they're afraid of a Joe Biden, Kamala Harris administration. They're absolutely not worried about the response from them. So why wouldn't they? All they got to do is beat Taiwan and get in. They don't have to worry about Joe. But that's my thought on it. But like I said, we've been talking a lot about international politics, and I understand the average person in America doesn't pay attention to international politics, even though it affects the price of energy, it affects the goods, who's making all your stuff, the cost of everything you buy that's being imported. It's going to determine whether or not you're safe. All of these illegal aliens that are coming from countries, they're not Mexico, they're coming from other countries that are coming into America. It's well documented. They're coming from Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Angola. They're coming from China. They're coming from India. They're coming from countries that have nothing to do with Mexico. I mean, other continents, the other side of the planet, and they're coming to America. So this is important. But let's get to the U.S. politics. Let's get to what's happening in America that is also affecting the rest of the world, but you probably haven't been talking about or haven't thought about it. This is the part where probably more people will be interested than previously. Fair enough. But I think it's all important. And let's start with South Carolina. Everybody's getting ready for South Carolina. We already saw what happened in Iowa. So in Iowa, what happened? Obviously, President Trump won landslide. It was huge. We know that. And we know what happened in New Hampshire. President Trump won landslide, all done. Nikki Haley decided that she's still going to be in the race. Nikki Haley is the only Republican that is still in the race trying to beat Donald Trump. Don't know why. I do know why. She's getting money from Democrats to stay in the race. She's gaining more establishment allies. Literally, Nikki Haley is trying to replace Ron DeSantis with the establishment support so that she can, in 2028, run more easily. She will have the establishment. They will be behind her. They've already given her money. She will have money left over from this failed race in 2024. She will be in a better position than Ron DeSantis or Mike Pence or, God help us, Chris Christie. And effectively, Nikki Haley has become the Chris Christie going forward. Mind you, that doesn't say anything about whether or not she's qualified. I do believe she is qualified. Do I think she's the best choice? No. But I do believe she's qualified, and she does have foreign experience. She does have international policy experience. In fact, of the group of all the candidates, Democrats, progressives, independents, and Republicans, of the entire group, she has the most successful international experience, separate of Donald Trump. But that won't be enough in 2028. I don't think that's going to win. It's obviously not going to win in 2024. She's not doing this for 2024. This has nothing. She's not going to South Carolina because she expects to win in South Carolina. It's not about trying to make it through Super Tuesday. It's not about beating Donald Trump. She won't. She knows it. Everyone knows it. The establishment just want her to look good enough that if, God forbid, something happened to Trump, she could do better than Ron DeSantis would do. And more importantly, so that in 2028, because we are guaranteed, Joe Biden will be out. Donald Trump will be out. It's the end of his second term. He will not be able to run again. It's going to be an open field, and she will be the heir apparent, they hope. But I don't think that's going to work quite the way they think it is. And I think you're going to see, and this is important because the news is out there, Democrats can vote for Republicans in South Carolina. Now, Democrats have already made it very clear. New Hampshire did not count. They threw every vote under a bus. Doesn't matter that they wrote in Joe Biden. Doesn't matter because it didn't count. They already told us ahead of time. Doesn't matter who won. It doesn't matter if Joe Biden got the most write-in votes or real votes or anything else. It didn't count. Because the Democratic National Committee doesn't care. Doesn't care about what rank and file Democrats believe. They didn't care when Bernie was running. They don't care now. That's just a fact. They just don't care about you. They don't care what their rank and file members think. They have an agenda, and they want that agenda to go through. And that's why Joe Biden is basically the only candidate. They're not having debates. They didn't have primaries, really. It's just Joe Biden is the heir apparent. Joe Biden's going to be the guy running against Donald Trump. That's it. That frees up in South Carolina, that is freeing up the ability of Democrats to vote for Nikki Haley to offset the Republicans that will vote for Donald Trump. And essentially, they're going to try and shake up and scare Republicans to to demotivate the Republican Party and Republicans who actually support Trump. They're going to go out and they're going to have as many, obviously, we know it's going to be Joe Biden's going to win on the Democratic side. Done. RFK might have a showing. He's independent. He doesn't really need to show up in South Carolina. He hasn't spent a bunch of money in South Carolina either. So that's not really important to him. No, what they're going to do is they're going to have enough votes to make it look good, which is something like, 25, 30, 50,000 votes in South Carolina. They're going to be for Joe Biden. But he's the only one on the ballot. Really. He's the only one on the ballot, so it doesn't matter. There's no one else for anyone to vote for. And then they're going to have everyone else, all the other Democrats, are going to tell them, 1 out of every 3 Democrats, they're going to tell them, vote on the Republican candidate and vote for Nikki Haley. They might say Chris Christie. They could even say Mike Pence, but realistically, they're going to say, no, vote for Nikki Haley. Why? Because every vote for Nikki Haley makes it look like Donald Trump is weak. He's not. But this is the way to trick the public, to try and put out the headline, Nikki Haley did so well. Nikki Haley is so strong. Do you see how great Nikki Haley is doing? And Nikki Haley is surging. She could possibly win the Republican primary. It's not going to happen. It's not even close. It's not a reality. But this is the trick of the game. And they're going to show you the stats and say, oh, look at the numbers. And don't look at who actually voted. Oh, don't look at the number of Democrats that actually voted for a Republican and voted for anyone but Orange Man Bad. Don't look at that. Don't ask the Democrats questions after they go and place their vote for Nikki Haley. Don't ask them, why did you do that? Because they might tell you, anyone but Orange Man Bad. I was told to vote for Nikki Haley because Orange Man Bad. They're going to avoid all of that. And by the way, it's perfectly legal and fine. In open states, we see this all the time. Party members will try and rally together a certain percentage of their voting base to try and get the weakest candidate they can to look as good as they can in an open primary. Happens all the time. Republicans do it to Democrats. Democrats do it to Republicans. It's been happening long before President Trump was ever involved in politics, and it's going to continue to happen. This isn't new. This isn't a surprise, and that's why I can say it so confidently, because they've been doing this every 4 years. This isn't anything new. This is old school, old hat politics that everyone who's involved in politics knows for a fact happens. It's not a surprise. Happens every election cycle. Always. They just don't tell you, the American people, about it. They don't talk about the inside baseball. It's not supposed to be, it's the open secret. Everybody knows about it, but nobody talks to the American people about it. But that's exactly what's happening. No matter how well Nikki Haley does, no matter how well the Nikki Haley does, it's not going to be real. And it's only being done for one reason, to try and convince voters, Trump voters, not to show up. That's it. Oh, he's losing his momentum. He's not as popular as you thought he was. Don't vote. Don't go out. Don't support him. Don't send any more money. Don't. It's over. Because he's losing momentum. Nikki Haley's on the surge. None of that is true. None of it is true. Grace says she can't chat on her TV. That's why she's having trouble commenting. Okay. Oh, Grace mentions that earlier the news media had finally mentioned the Canadian truckers, but they really didn't go into any great detail, which we did. Okay. All right, folks. So hang on. It seems like, of course, we're at the 3-hour mark, and of course, my puppy wants to bug me about going out. Of course he does. Come here. Come here. Come here. Let me show you. Come here. Come. My dog, now he doesn't want, now he's camera shy, of course. He's never camera shy any other time. He doesn't care. He'll push me out of this chair so he can sit here 24/7. But now he wants to be camera shy. Okay, whatever. So what I'm going to do is, unlike what we did last time, I'm going to put this onto a program. Give me about 1 hour. Come on. There we go. Here we go. There you go. Look at that. Do you see that cute face? Here he is. No, don't turn it. Hey, no, look. There he is. This is the con. This is the con. Con. Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. So he's the one who's out there, and he's screaming at me. You're not seeing it, but he's screaming at me and knocking over the camera. What I'm going to do is I'm coming back to talk about Texas. We're going to talk about Texas. Give me 1 hour, okay? So it's 5:21 right now. We're going to be back at 6:20, okay? 6:20, call it 6:25. We'll be back at 6:25. Now, I'm not going to end the stream. Instead, what I'm going to do is we're going to play. Where is it? Give me 1 second. I have it queued up somewhere. I thought I had it queued up. Do I have it? Come on. Yep, here it is. Okay. So we're going to play this, be back in 1 hour. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today, April 13th of 2022, to speak about something that, well, it's popular in the news today. You've heard about it, but you may not realize the aspects, the totality of it. We're talking about the connection between intersectionality, the connection between censorship, the connection between a false bravado and false logic, and how these are all coming together to affect your life. And you may not realize it. You may not realize that it's affecting you directly, but we're going to address how it actually is. Now, first, before we get started, we do want to mention, if this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we welcome you and we thank you for being part of our audience. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary, and every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all the social media that we can to be able to hear your voices in chats, in tweets, and in phone calls from anywhere in the world. And we do that because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to be able to be heard, to speak about the topics that affect us all. And so we ask you every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to join us in our live stream to talk about the issues that matter to you. We hope to see you this Sunday. With that said, let's talk about the issue today. We're going to talk about Ben Shapiro. We're going to be speaking about Quentin Merritt. We're going to be talking about college and censorship. Let's bring it all together. On Monday, you may have seen or you may not have seen Matt Braynard, who we've done a recent interview with, was speaking with Look Ahead America and talking about the subject of censorship. And I think it's very important to start there. And in that conversation that Matt Braynard was having, he mentioned this.
And off the bat, we wanted to get behind something that seemed extremely topical and important at the moment, which was stopping corporate censorship. This was immediately following the aftermath of the President of the United States being kicked off of the most prominent social media platform. And in a way that really bothered a lot of people. As Elon Musk has recently said, Twitter has more or less become the public square. And to take somebody off of that who was engaging in illegal speech for no other reason than really just having a political disagreement, along with all the things that led up to it, such as censoring media reporting on things like Hunter Biden's laptop, or otherwise trying to shape the media, shape coverage by suppressing certain news sources, elevating others, along with a whole raft of other social media and financial firms and technology firms interfering with people engaging in legal activity.
And that's interesting to us. Yes, we're seeing all over the internet, all over social media, all over our news and television, we're seeing censorship. We're seeing people removed from various platforms. They are being unpersoned. They're being shut down. In fact, we have been a target of that most recently. You may recall that we were recently speaking about the fact that Discord banned our channel and punished everyone who is a member of that Discord channel for the mere fact that we had spoken about a protest that we were putting forward because we believe that many colleges are radicalizing our youth, that they are introducing to them information that will be dividing America. And we've spoken about that to some extent in talking about the classes at SUNY Broome College here in the southern tier of New York, which will be providing an event that will further radicalize, further segregate, further incite the division in Americans based on race. This is a troubling trend that we see happening right now. But censorship isn't just the deletion of information, not just the unpersoning of individuals. We see that even recently, even today, Rumble had to respond to the fact that they are receiving pressure from news media organizations, from individuals in the press, trying to emphasize certain ideas, things that they approve of, thoughts that were accepted by a more left-leaning ideology, and punishing organizations and social media and individuals that may have a different thought, that may want to express themselves with the First Amendment. It's kind of a troubling situation. And while that is correct, that censorship does include the deletion of content, of the people's voices, it also includes things beyond just being disbanded or being unpersoned. In fact, it's also the way in which information is presented to the public and how it is denied or warped by news media and a political ideology. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about and what's the subject today. We're talking about Ben Shapiro. Now, there has been a video that's going around. We're going to play that in just a moment. But you may have seen the news, perhaps in Newsweek or other American news media, and it says, Ben Shapiro called bozo by student during anti-transgender event. Now, this came out this morning, the event yesterday. And the information that we hear from Newsweek is that this is about a horrible event. Ben Shapiro was talking about transgender issues to an audience at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro, and that he was in negative. He was horrible. He was invited to speak there because of the Young Americans Foundation, an organization we have spoken with before. And he was sharing with the audience his point of view that men cannot be women. In this reporting of this conversation, Newsweek has a very clear point of view. They want to get across a very clear summarization of the situation. But that summarization, that message that they are putting out to the public, to their readers who have not seen the actual video, have not seen the actual transcript, they're going to be misinformed. And Newsweek is doing this on purpose. Now, they say that Shapiro, who was largely welcomed by the audience, but when he took questions, became embroiled in a bitter exchange with one student who described himself as a mathematician and physicist. Now, they mention, and they cut to, the student said, so I think I'm pretty qualified to say that most of what you're saying is based on old data, like, for example, gender identity disorder. That's a DSM-4, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Bro, we use DSM-5 now. Shapiro responded, I literally cited the DSM-5 in the speech. They then stop with discussing the actual conversation that happened to interject some information of their own. That DSM-5 helps clinicians, researchers define and classify mental disorders to inform diagnosis and treatment. They go on to then say, the student commented, you sound like a bozo. Well, that's not exactly how the conversation went. That's not exactly what was being said, because then they go into Ben Shapiro saying he doesn't have to define or justify his masculinity. That's really not where the conversation goes. And then they go on to say that the student talked about Western colonial framework of gender. Well, they're really, really abusing the conversation. They're really denying you the actual context of what was being said and the critical comments and commentary that was going on in that. And they're doing that because they want to provide a very specific point of view. They want to tell you that the LGBTQAI plus ideology is something that's positive. They go into talking about the Indian Health Service, talking about American Indians and different ideas of LGBTQ. But that's really not what it's about. They even go on to talk about Ben Shapiro in an entirely different event, which has an entirely different context. They're misinforming the public. They're trying to make Ben Shapiro look like a bad guy, like he's done something wrong, that this student has done something courageous and positive, without actually giving context of what was said and how it was said and whether or not it was actually valid. That's the censorship that's going on. And that's something that really needs to be addressed. Now, what actually was said and how was it said? Let's take a look at that before we go any further so we can understand how intersectionality is being promoted by the major news media and how they are suppressing other voices and other thoughts because they don't want you to think. They want you to feel, and they want you to feel exactly how they approve, which is bad for everyone. Let's take a look at this. So this is the video of the complete conversation between Ben Shapiro and a student who happens to be Quentin Merritt. And Quentin Merritt will be looking at his response to this video and the response of the public to what he had to say, so that you'll have full context. But I want you to understand that under the umbrella of LGBTQAI+, under the umbrella of intersectionality, we see that people are willing to misrepresent facts, misrepresent themselves, to attack unjustifiably individuals on a personal basis to be able to push forward an agenda regardless of what the cost is for that. So I've said that, but let me show you the actual conversation.
Hello, my name is Quentin Merritt. I'm a mathematician and a physicist here, double major, and I also just won the most prestigious award in the country to pursue research at any institution I want, the National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship.
So let's stop right there. The first thing that we are told immediately in this conversation, which is after Ben Shapiro had been speaking for about 30 minutes and presented his case. This student, who, by the way, as we later find out, had just come from a gym to attend the event, Quentin Merritt, starts off by saying that he is a mathematician and a physicist. This is a lie. And this is a lie that is done purposefully because it is a logic fallacy. It is the assumption that he is an authority, and therefore, as an authority, he is able to confront Ben Shapiro, who is an authority, who is a recognized authority, who is the speaker at the event. So he's trying to use his titles as a means to support and raise up his argument to be able to silence anyone who would disagree with what he is about to say. Now, we don't dispute whether or not he received an award. And if he did, just as Ben Shapiro said, congratulations, good for him to be able to excel. But what Quentin has just told us is he is a student. He is studying a double major. That does not make him an authority. That does not make him a mathematician nor a physicist. He is a student. He is someone who is learning about these subjects. And whether or not he actually does get a degree, again, does not make him an authority in those fields. It just makes him someone who got a degree, which he may get in the future. He then puts up his award to further substantiate that he is an authority, but he isn't. Yes, he got the award, but that does not make him an authority. We have to understand the way that people are being trained to attack those they disagree with, the way that they are being taught how to silence others around them through tricks and illogical arguments that are only meant to suppress others. So that's what Quentin has said so far, and already he has already deflated and devalued the rest of his argument because he has created this fallacy to start. Let's go on.
So I think I'm pretty, qualified to say that most of what you're saying is based on like old data.
That's not true. Now, Ben Shapiro may or may not be using old data. That's a question. And that is a question of the source that Ben Shapiro is using. That does not rely on whether or not Quentin is actually an authority figure. It has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with any awards that Quentin may or may not have received. If he's using poor sourcing, that is a different question, which Quentin has not asserted, as we will see.
But my question to you,
I
and so I want you all to realize that.
last month, but sure.
Again, Ben Shapiro then responded, "You're incorrect. His source is from the prior month. It is 30 days old, the information that he is sourcing." So Quentin's argument is deflated. It is incorrect. He's made an assertion. That assertion has been corrected with proper information. So Quentin has failed now twice in his initial argument. Let's go on.
Like, for example, gender identity disorder, that's the DSM-4, bro. We use the DSM-5 now for psychologists to be able to talk
I literally
about...
cited the DSM-5 in the speech, and it's called gender dysphoria, which is a term that I use throughout the speech, not gender identity.
You sound like a...
Okay, so to support his idea, Quentin decided to say, well, your sourcing is based on this faulty data. He makes his point clear on what he's objecting to. Ben Shapiro clarifies the actual citation he is making and its relevance in his discussion, which deflates and defeats the argument that comes from Quentin. Quentin is a smart man. He realizes that he has lost the argument. It is over already because the supposition is that the data is incorrect. The data has now been confirmed and supported and clarified. Quentin doesn't have an argument anymore. His argument has failed. So what does Quentin do? What has he been trained by the University of North Carolina? What has he been taught by progressive ideology to do when his argument has failed and he has been proven to be wrong? Well, we'll see.
Yo, bozo, bro. And you get no pussy, and you can't even make your wife wet, bro. So what's good?
So he instantly goes to a personal attack. Now, Quentin clarifies, and we will go over that with you in just a moment, but he has a reason why he's made a personal attack. But understand the logic, and we see this in social media on a regular basis, and it's something that Newsweek decided not to tell you about. The major news media did not want to go into the fact that there was an unsupported, unsubstantiated attack on the discussion that Ben Shapiro had made, that it was based on a faulty understanding of the sourcing of Ben Shapiro, and that argument was defeated. Newsweek did not tell you any of this, nor did it tell you that as a response, the answer from Quentin, as he had been taught by his teachers at the University of North Carolina and probably before, was to then immediately go into a personal attack and to try and embarrass or to somehow deflate the character of Ben Shapiro. Now, it doesn't matter whether you like Ben Shapiro or not. It doesn't matter if you agree with his ideology or not. What is important here is this is a form of censorship. This is an attack which is being supported by the corporate media as identified by Matt Brainerd, and as we have discussed on this channel before, because they are, the corporate media is denying you full context and an understanding that this is a false argument. And at the same time, they're not allowing you to be able to critique Quentin for making a false argument with faulty logic. Nor are they denouncing the fact that Quentin has made a personal attack that is unnecessary, unwarranted, and rather distasteful. But Ben Shapiro is not without his own ability to defend himself. By the way, also notice the entire audience of the University of North Carolina express their opinion of this personal attack.
So, let me just say, the nice thing about having several small children, I don't feel the necessity to have my masculinity.
We're using a Western colonial idea.
So, Ben Shapiro just stands up, and this is where you see that edit that we saw here in Newsweek, that Ben Shapiro responded saying, let me say, the nice thing about having several small children is I don't feel the necessity of having my masculinity challenged by someone like you. He has reasserted himself and made it clear that the argument that is being presented to him is a personal attack, an attack that has no validity, nor is it relevant. That's where we go. And then we see that Quentin doubles down. He now returns and shifts the argument from a failed discussion that he had just made and a false premise that he had presented, and now shifts the argument into an entirely different argument that is not related to his initial statement, which is faulty data. He now makes an assumption, and he presents that as his new argument after the fact that his personal attack has failed, as we see from the audience itself. Let's see his new argument.
Of gender, then why should it apply? If we're using, because the gender binary is a Western colonialist framework of gender.
You're right. Men and women don't exist in any other culture.
No.
So again, he makes an assumption. He makes a generalization, Quentin, and Quentin's generalization that male and female is not a biological aspect, but it is a social construct, which is a progressive idea that is being supported by academics in schools and being taught to children. And in some cases, the application of this ideology is being taught to children as young as 5 years old, which we are seeing in many states, which is why we have seen laws like the Don't Say Gay law that is in Florida, Oklahoma, Alabama, and many others. Which of course is not about being gay, but it's about teaching sexual ideology to children at the ages of 5, 6, 7, and 8. So Quentin has gone into that popular idea, at least the academically popular idea of many socialists and many progressives, that sexuality is a social construct, which Ben Shapiro is arguing a biological question of gender. So let's see how he is going to respond to this generalization about Western society.
No. Think
right.
about Native American.
Nailed it.
Third gender people. I'm not saying that. Third gender people exist in Native American societies, Western African societies, like Southern Native American societies, like Mexico. So in other places that are not white dominated,
and
like the United States or Europe. And so you're saying white,
so
non-white
incorrect.
people. I'm a mathematician and a physicist. You cannot.
So what we heard again is that he's trying to point out certain cultures. By the way, he's not mentioning Which culture? Is he talking about the Aztec culture? Because Mexico, in the modern era, in the last century, if not the last 2 or 3 centuries, have Mexico and Africa and South America recognize the biology of male and female, both in sports and in society, and have done so for hundreds of years. This is true also in Eastern culture, whether it be China or Japan or Korea or any of the Asiatic countries. So there is an understanding of male and female biology, and that it is something that is intrinsic. Whether or not you agree with that, whether or not you prefer that, is entirely separate of the fact that it is recognized and has been recognized through modern history for hundreds of years, which Ben Shapiro has stated. So again, we see that Quentin is standing on poor ground. And to support his poor example, he then supports it again, saying, I'm a mathematician, I am a physicist, which he is not. He has not earned those degrees. He has not made that leap. Or rather, he is making a leap to try and create an authority behind what he is saying that is unsupported by the truth, that it is factually incorrect. So let's go on and see what else happens here.
So I have a question.
And also, you're not a biologist.
So I have a question.
So he goes with the line from KBJ herself, from Ketanji Brown Jackson's mouth herself. I can't answer whether male or female exists because I'm not a biologist. Because, again, this supports the idea that there is a biological, not social, definition of male and female. He's defeated his own argument. The argument from Quentin is that male and female are a social construct. But now, in saying that he is not a biologist, he is saying that not only does it take an authority to make this determination, but the type of authority is one based on biology and genetics, thus resupporting the fact that male and female are biological, not social. So he's failed in being able to support that he is an authority, and he's defeated his own argument without Ben Shapiro having to say anything else. That is important. We have to understand the failure. This is the failure of education in America at this time, that individuals have been taught to start with an argument, even if it's faulty, when proven incorrect, to attack an individual on a personal level, to try and discredit them, to try and support yourself with assumptions of authority that do not have any credibility, and to change the argument to a new argument, even if that argument is flawed, and to try and press that forward by using authority figures and self-claim of authority in a subject. So he's defeated himself several times. And we can see the failure of the education system that has taught him to be able to debate in this manner to try and win support for his point of view. Let's hear Ben Shapiro.
I'm 20. As a mathematician and a physicist, what in the hell do you know about human biology?
And you got your law degree from Harvard.
So Ben Shapiro has made, while it is a stinging rebuke, it is accurate. If we are to assume the authority that has been assumed and has been claimed by Quentin, then Quentin, in his own argument, lacks the authority to make the argument that he is making about the social construct of sexuality. And he has not provided any authority or any documentation, any support for what he has said. He's made generalizations, but he's not citing any recognized sources for that. He's just assuming an authority that is not relevant to the argument that he is making, an argument that he's saying requires a knowledge set and a authority he does not have, and that he has clearly stated. Quentin's answer is to say that, well, Ben Shapiro lacks the authority as well. Even if we are to assume that is correct, Ben Shapiro is citing authorities, the DM5, in his argument that he is making. So he is not assuming that he has the sole authority on this or that he is an expert, but he is citing those who are experts in making the argument that he is making. There is a difference, and it is clear, it is not subtle, and Quentin has failed. His education has failed. Not to say that Quentin isn't smart. Quentin may be smart, but he is uneducated, and he has been educated poorly, and it is on display, which is why the rebuke by Ben Shapiro is so stinging. Let's go on.
What do you know about biology? You got your law degree from Harvard.
And frankly, I would ask another question. If your logic is so flawed as a mathematician and a physicist, I would suggest that whichever institution gave you an award, revoke it immediately.
So, as a final rebuke against this student, Quentin, after taking several personal insults and addressing his core issues, his core arguments, and defeating those arguments, and Quentin himself defeating his own arguments, we then see Ben Shapiro go on a response to the personal attack that was made against him on several levels at several times. And he makes a very valid argument, which is also somewhat personal, in defending himself and saying, well, if you are such an authority and you have been taught that your authority gives you the ability to make these unsubstantiated arguments that you yourself have defeated, there is a underlying failure in the way that you are being taught. There is a failure in your knowledge, and that goes back to both the emphasis on a progressive ideology, on intersectionality, and to go to the way that he was taught to think. That's very important. And that's the end of the conversation. I will play it out just so that everyone knows that I am not editing any additional content that is of substance or adds context to the conversation. So that is over. So we've established, and I think we've established very clearly, that the education system, in its emphasis to be able to promote a political ideology, and let us be very clear, intersectionality, gender identity politics, and critical race theory are political aspects. They are political ideologies that are meant to put groups of individuals, categories of people above others for the basis of power and law. That is a fact. That is continuously seen through the actions that we have seen and also being expressed by the corporate media. Corporate media that is looking to edit this information, to take it out of context so that you are provided a very biased point of view, so that you will support that ideology, which is supported by the corporate media, so that you will not think this through and you will assume that the authority, in this case, the corporate media, is correct, and therefore, in that same line of thought, that Quentin is also correct. But in fact, they are not. And their argument is not substantiated. And the person who's the villain in this is not Ben Shapiro, nor his thoughts, which are unapproved by the major media and academics. No, in fact, it is Quentin and the process of thought that he was taught to use and the process of argumentation that he was taught to use by the University of North Carolina and his prior teachers. All of them should be embarrassed and upset that Quentin has gone through this process and has embarrassed himself as well as their institutions and the education system in America and its priorities at this time. Newsweek should be embarrassed at this time for the article that they published and the lack of context that they have provided to the public. And just as Matt Brainerd had pointed out, we see this on social media in addition, and this is the kind of censorship that is destroying America. It is destroying our ability not only to make arguments, but to think about these arguments and to be able to evaluate them as individuals rather than categories, rather than just having to accept an approved thought that is provided to us by individuals that assert their own greatness and power without any substantiation. That, as Matt Brainerd was bringing up, we need to question this And we should fight against this because this is not the way to maintain a nation, a society, or individuals. It takes away from all of their abilities. This is Quentin's page himself. This is his YouTube channel. He has had, since this event has come out, he has 56 subscribers. He has a video that has 32,367 views as of this recording. And he has only 82 likes on what he has to say. Now, that is not indicative necessarily of the quality of what is being said by Quentin, although it is indication that his attempt to reach out to support what he had said is not finding ears, that it is not substantiated, and that he has been proven wrong. In addition, and I don't see the dislike, but I would assume, and I'm pretty sure people will be able to find this, that the dislike ratio is significantly higher than the like ratio. Not because Ben Shapiro is a great guy, but because Quentin is unable to substantiate his argument that he is making, and that he has failed in promoting the ideology of intersectionality and of progressive thought, and that his school has failed. And you can look at the comments that are prevalent and surrounding his entire channel of individuals who are pointing out the different things that are wrong. In particular, I cite this one right here, Wes Smith mentioning, "You are not a mathematician, nor are you a physicist, you are a student." There is a clarity here. Now, again, I want Quentin's words to stand for themselves. And I want you to hear what he has to say in its fullness as he tries to defend and support what he has done and to justify the false logic that he has used, to use personal attacks to try and belittle and diminish an individual and to try and elevate himself by assuming an authority he does not have. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hey, my name is Quentin Merritt, and I just roasted Ben Shapiro.
That is factually incorrect. That is factually incorrect by, if no other criteria can be used here, the number of views of the video I just showed you from Ben Shapiro, 300,000. The number of views that Quentin is receiving, 32,000. On a magnitude and order, he is not seen as being superior. Although, if you're looking at Newsweek and certain corporate media, then you will get a sense that that is what happened. But if you are looking at what people themselves are responding to, that is incorrect. That is, again, another assertion of authority, an assertion of success that is not substantiated by any evidence that we can see. We'll go on.
But before I get into the reasoning behind my actions, I'm going to give you some background about my experience at the event.
Now, is the background that he's about to tell us of any relevance? No. He is using another slippery slope. He's changing the way that you are thinking about this argument. He is going to seek to try and win you over on an emotional level about an argument which is based in fact. He is trying to change your perception of this. Again, this is another technique that has been taught to him by the University of North Carolina at Greensboro and many of his prior teachers, we can only assume. That this is what he has been taught, to change the argument, to change the framing of the argument, and to try and engage in an emotional battle on something that is based in fact. He is trying to now change things from the fact to how you feel, whether you like Ben Shapiro or whether you like Quentin Merritt. That's what he's looking to do. That is the new argument he's going to put here, and that's why he is introducing information that has no relevance and cannot be substantiated. This is his perception that he is about to present to you. Let's hear what he has to say.
I'm with a friend, and we strolled through campus to get to the gym, waited patiently in line, shuffled through security, all to get to the biggest and most controversial event of our time in college.
Introduce in a couple of concepts here. That he has friends, that he was an innocent individual, that he was coming to this event presumably with an open mind, presumably. That he was just being another student going and seeing something that was incredible. And if the most incredible thing that you are learning at college, And I know it's been 35 years since I've been in college, but if the most important thing that has ever happened to you while you are in college is that a individual is speaking at your college, then that education system has failed you. That is my personal opinion. It may be incorrect, but again, we're talking about subjectivity here because Quentin has introduced subjectivity and personal reflection. And if it is about personal reflection, I can tell you that in my experience, the experience I have heard about and shared with many, many other individuals who have gone to college as well over the last 35 years, if this is the most significant thing he is doing in college, his college has failed him, and he has failed to seek out experiences that are readily available to him. But let's continue.
Ben Shapiro at UNCG. And as we walk down the stairs and try to squeeze into our seats and settle in for the event, we hear someone yell, "I fucking hate minorities." Just like that.
Okay, so now we have an unsubstantiated claim. Now, I find this interesting because, as far as I can tell, there is no video, there is no evidence that has been reported either by the major news media, nor by individuals at the University of North Carolina, nor by Quentin himself that shows any evidence of such a thing happening. Now, I'm not saying that it could not happen. I'm not saying that it did not happen. I don't know if that's a personal attack, an individual that has a personal relationship to Quentin, that they have a personal argument with Quentin. I don't know. But what I do know, and what can be substantiated, is that there is no evidence that these kind of racial slurs were being used at this event, either at large or by specific individuals targeting other individuals at the university. Again, this is an attempt to try and sway an emotional reaction. He has now used race, and of course it's called the race card for a reason. He's now used his race and a presumed slur to try and change your emotional outlook on his conversation and to change the context of his speech that he had, his discussion he had with Ben Shapiro. He's now tried to make you angry. He's tried to make you emotionally support him. This is a technique. It is a technique used to subvert individuals and to change the way that they would look at something in a manner that they normally would not. He's changed it from a substantive argument into an emotional one. And he wants you on his side emotionally without providing any substance nor any verification. It's his word, his feelings, and he wants you to share his anger, even though there is no reason for you to do so. But let's go on to hear what else he has to say.
My friend and I immediately looked at one another with shock. Him wide-eyed, looking at my black skin, and me uncomfortably staring at his brown skin against the sea of white faces that surrounded us. I mean, that was to be expected, given Ben Shapiro's demographic.
Why is it to be expected? Ben Shapiro has millions of followers around the world. And he's saying that the only people who can relate to Ben Shapiro would be people who are Jewish, not even necessarily white, but Jewish, because that's one of the key categories that Ben Shapiro actually targets or is targeted and that he represents. So again, now we're hearing this argument, well, you can only be represented by people who look just like you. He's assuming that because Ben Shapiro is light-skinned, therefore he supports or is supported by whites. Well, maybe, but is that to say that no one who is black or brown-skinned or Asian or indigenous, that no one else around the world supports Ben Shapiro because he doesn't look like them? Because we have now had this argument introduced by Quentin that only people who are like you, who look like you, who have either black or brown skin, well, they must support Quentin's point of view. You must align yourself and see yourself in Quentin because he's made this allegation, and because Ben Shapiro is other, he has to be an enemy. He has to be in opposition. Well, that's not necessarily true. And that is a weak argument at the very least, and it's unsupported. It's inaccurate. It is not factually correct to say that that is the demographics of Ben Shapiro's followers. what you can look online and you can look at his event. That's not true. So he has made a false argument, a false equivocation, and he is supporting that on the basis of my skin color, which at any other time in the world would be considered racism. He is using racist arguments to try and gain your support for his actions and his failures. I want you to be clear on that. And this is what he is being taught at the University of North Carolina, and possibly by other teachers before in his life. This is the ideology of the progressive socialists that progressive socialists are putting out to the public and to our youth who will become the future leaders of our nation. Racism. Let's continue.
But what I did not expect was the lack of response to the hateful statement that resounded in my ears. No one batted an eye or turned their head except for us.
Again, he's assuming that people heard this statement, he's trying to make us believe initially that this statement and this situation actually happened, even though no one else has reported that, no one else has made that claim. He's making that claim, so he wants us to believe him, and he wants us to believe that in that event, under circumstances that we don't have clearly, we don't know if someone was standing right in front of him, if they were standing 50 feet away from him, was it shouted, was it said, was it whispered? How was this said? Did anyone else hear it? Where were they when that happened? We don't know. We only have the emotion, not even the substance or the situation, not even an attempt to provide a situation. All we have is an emotion to go off of, which is his racism, his preference of brown and black skin versus someone else who, again, he hasn't stated anything other than a supposition that they may be light-skinned, they may be white, they may be Jewish. We don't know. They're other. And this is the argument that he is making right now, which is not truly an argument. This is an emotional culling. This is an emotional call to action based on racism. Let's continue.
The lack of care by the people who surrounded me, most of whom shared the same views as Ben Shapiro.
How would he know? How can you say that the people shared his views? He didn't share the views of Ben Shapiro, and he was at the event. How did he know that there weren't others who disagree? And in looking at events where Ben Shapiro has spoken at on a regular basis, there are many members of the news media who don't agree with Ben Shapiro, and yet they are there to cover the event. There are many people on social media who go to these events, not because they share the points of view of Ben Shapiro, but to attack them. We have many students and other individuals who go to events of Ben Shapiro to protest and to be able to speak and to challenge Ben Shapiro. Is he assuming that everyone that was at the event, except him and his one associate, were there in support of Ben Shapiro and no one else was there to argue against him? Is that the argument that he's making? Is that the supposition that he wants us to believe that factually is not correct? Again, his argument is failing, but it is an emotional plea. It's not meant to make sense. It is not meant to be logical. You aren't meant to think about what he is saying. You are meant to feel. And you are meant to feel in alignment with him so that he gains greater support, not any thought. You're meant to react emotionally without the benefit of any logical consideration. That's what he's pushing for here. Let's continue.
Stirred a fire within me. And that's when I made my decision. I posted to my Snapchat story and I said that I was going to heckle him.
So he's, because of an individual who has nothing to do with Ben Shapiro, because it wasn't Ben Shapiro, nor did Ben Shapiro in his appearance at North Carolina or any other event that can be documented anywhere in the history that Ben Shapiro has been a public figure, and even before then, is there any call for racism? Does not exist. So he's now made a decision based on his own emotional feelings that he wants us to join in on, that he has now been justified to heckle. He's not there to object. He's not there to put in a critique. It's not because he's heard something that Ben Shapiro has said that he believes is factually incorrect. No, he has made a decision and he says that he has put that out to the public to now go and heckle. He's going to attack. He is going to try and personally, or He's going to try and emotionally disrupt this event because he has found an offense that has nothing to do with the subject matter. It has nothing to do with the presenter. It has nothing to do with anything except his emotions based on an interaction that we have no way of being able to confirm. And he wants us to support that. We shouldn't, but that's what he wants. Let's see what else happens.
And when they asked audience members to go down for questions, I went down there with that in mind. On my way up there, I asked myself, well, what does Ben Shapiro do? You know, he uses his influence as a political commentator.
So let's be sure of what he's just said. Ben Shapiro, based on not what he said at North Carolina, he's saying that he hasn't listened to the speech of Ben Shapiro. At least that's what it appears he's saying. He's thinking about past actions and past events of Ben Shapiro. He's not talking about what was being said at the University of North Carolina, not the subject at hand, the discussion at hand. He's looking for something else. He is looking for something to attack. He is looking for a way to try and take away the substance of Ben Shapiro, of the authority of Ben Shapiro, and the substance of any of his discussions. He's not looking at what actually factually was said and actually what may or may not be a weak discussion made by or argument made by Ben Shapiro that day. That's what he is telling us. He isn't there to, and he isn't going up to ask a question because he disagrees with what Ben Shapiro said that day. He's just looking to disrupt and to cause people's emotions to be riled up as his then now are, or at that time were, so that he could emotionally sway individuals to support his own personal ideology. And we're going to hear about why in just a moment.
And touts his credentials from his Harvard law degree to give himself the credibility to speak on issues that he's not qualified to speak about.
Except he also cites information that he has studied, that he has read. He uses sources beyond what his actual authority is, which is a lawyer and a individual who studies politics. No, Ben Shapiro uses citations and information that is available to everyone that he has investigated, and he makes his argument based on that, because no one individual is an expert at everything. But there are many ways. We don't need to be experts at everything. That's why we have reading comprehension. That's why studies and reports are made. That's why articles and commentaries exist to help us to absorb more information than what we have by ourselves. That's something that I learned in college. That's something I learned before I got to college. And it seems it's something that Quentin is completely discounting. Let's go on.
So I did the exact same thing. And for those of you on the internet saying that there's no way that I possibly won this prestigious award, I'm sorry to tell you that you're wrong.
I don't know who's made that argument that he didn't win the prestigious award. I haven't seen evidence of someone saying that. Now, again, he may or may, I'm not disputing it. This isn't a claim he has made, but his claim does have some question based on the fact that he started his entire conversation, and during his conversation, assuming an authority that he does not have. So in saying that he has an authority, claiming an authority he does not have, then brings to question everything else that he cites. And in addition, in his discussion with Ben Shapiro, in misquoting facts, in misquoting Ben Shapiro and the argument that's being made, because of the multiple fallacies and logical inaccuracies that he has made in his argument, yes, every aspect of what he has said is in question and should be questioned. Because he did this to himself. He destroyed his own character, and he invited questions about his credibility and his credentials because of the manner in which he has argued and the fallacies that he made that were highlighted by his own conversation. So if Quentin's upset because people are doubting him, it's only because of what he himself said. Let's go on.
You know, it's true. I was awarded the National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship.
Congratulations. I'm glad that you've gotten that award. I'm not even going to bother and check it. I'm going to assume that you are correct on that. That does not imply that you, Quentin, are any better or worse at anything else. It doesn't mean that you are successful or that you've made a successful argument. And it definitely highlights that there has been a failure in the lessons you've learned about logic and the lessons you have learned about being able to provide proof and making a logical conclusion on the things that you wish to discuss. You have failed. Your teachers may have failed you, and that's sad, but you have failed yourself. Let's go on.
And I'm a double major in mathematics and physics.
Which means you are not a mathematician, nor are you a physicist. You're a student. You're learning. You hope to one day become a mathematician and or physicist. You hope that these double majors will result in you gaining degrees, but you don't have authority. You are not what you have claimed to be. And you've said this now multiple times, that you are not an authority. So therefore, your credibility again takes a hit. Let's go forward.
This is what Black excellence looks like.
No, it doesn't. Black excellence is not the assumption of authority that you do not have, that you yourself refute. Black excellence is not using emotional arguments to try and claim a political victory in a debate. Having faulty sources and having faulty conclusions is not excellence. Using emotion and race to try and manipulate the audience that you are speaking to is not excellence. In fact, nothing that you are presenting or have presented is an example of excellence. Not for progressives, not for socialists, not for intersectionality or anything else. No group that you are trying to claim an association with, no group that you represent or claim to represent, no one is being given an example of excellence in the manner and in the way that you have presented yourself and the arguments that you have made. You don't understand excellence. I can understand why you are not an English major, nor are you a philosophy major, because you don't understand the words that you are using. Let's continue.
Sadly, I do have to agree with one point that Ben made about me. He's right. I'm not a biologist. And that's the point. Neither is he.
That isn't the point. Ben Shapiro has never assumed, nor has he stated that he was a biologist. If he had, then it would be correct to call him out for that. But he has never made that assumption. He has stated and he has provided evidence of where his citations are from. He is saying that he is educated on a subject, that he has learned about the subject from those who are experts, and he cites the sources that have provided him the knowledge that he has. You are full and absolutely able to question his sources. You are absolutely allowed to question the validity of the studies or the sources that he is using. That's perfectly fine. That is a debate. That is how we advance our knowledge, by questioning the things that we have available to us as evidence for the arguments that we are making. That's fine. But you are, again, using a slippery slope. You are assuming that since Ben Shapiro is talking about a subject that does, to an extent, cover biology, but also entails several other scientific disciplines, but you're assuming that Ben Shapiro, because he uses a subject and some sourcing, is therefore assuming the credential of being a biologist. He has never done so. That's your assumption. You are putting that on him. It is a straw man. It is a false argument. You yourself have made the assumption of authority, that you have placed authority on yourself that does not exist. And again, you're not a biologist. You're also not a mathematician. You're not a physicist. You aren't even someone who has finished his education. You are a student. So let's get things on the playing field the way they are actually exist, and not the emotion manipulation that you are attempting to achieve. Let's continue.
So in reality, the people in that audience should be listening to neither of us, regardless of our personal accolades or achievements.
That's incorrect, because people should listen to someone that is providing them information and is providing them the sources of that information. Now, should people have some doubt? Absolutely. Should they go and verify for themselves? Absolutely. Should they, as individuals, be able to and be encouraged to learn more for themselves based on a presentation that is made? Absolutely. But to say that no one should ignore, then why should we listen to anyone who speaks about any subject ever? There is such a big fallacy here in the presentation of what is being put forth. It is illogical. And truly, Quentin, you should know better. Let's go on.
And should actually listen to the biologists and psychologists doing the real research in these areas. And the research comes to an undeniable consensus that being transgender. That's
not true. That is not true. In addition to the fact, besides the fact that there is not an undeniable consensus, consensus does not equate to validity or fact. It doesn't mean that it is an absolute truth. We're talking about the sciences. Science is always a quest for a question, and as we gain more information, we ask new questions. There is no resolved science. There is no absolute definitive answer in science. That is a fact. It is a quest for questions, and as we get answers, we ask more questions. That is a fact. That is the basis of science. But you're presuming that that's not the case, that because there is a consensus of thought, well, then that must be the answer. Well, there was a consensus of thought throughout human history that the world was flat, that if you went too far, you'd fall off the edge. There was a consensus on that. There was a consensus that the earth was the center of the universe. There was a consensus for hundreds of years on that, and it was incorrect. There was a consensus at one point in time amongst many different tribes that trees were gods, that the sun was a god. There are many
No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick soundbites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
Oh, crap. I love it. Here I am talking all this, and no one could hear a word I said. Okay. That sucks. Okay, real quick, I did a recap. We answered the first question. In the first half of the show, we posed a couple of questions. One of them being, do you want 4 more years of the Biden administration? And the answer is yes. By the way, I was sitting sideways because my puppy was in the chair. He decided to take it over. It was his chair. That's why I had to scoot on over. He just now decided that since I'm talking so much and he's trying to sleep, he got out of the chair. So now I can actually look at you guys. So that's 1. 2, 4 more years of Biden. We talked about that. We talked about the breaking news. Three Americans killed in Jordan. This is a direct consequence of the lack of a Biden foreign policy, especially in the Middle East. But we see that in Europe and we see that in Southeast Asia. And so we talked about that and the influence of North Korea, the pressure it's putting on as it fires cruise missiles, and the fact that the fortification of the 2024 election means that we're not hearing about all the impact, all the consequences of a lack of a Biden foreign policy and how it is failing us. And we did hint on and touch a little bit on how that leads to illegal immigration coming to America. So we did talk a little bit about that foreign policy. Now we're going to be talking domestically, and this is important for the rest of the world as well as the United States. So we hope that everyone's going to stay with us, even our viewers from other countries. And I look forward to hearing their comments as much as I do from people from America, because when other countries talk about this, they look up to America as the beacon of freedom. They are jealous of us, and they want to improve their nations. They want to make their nations great by being like America, which is why we have to be so persistent in making sure we are a great nation, that we do not dim the beacon of freedom, that we are always trying to respect individual rights and freedoms and not fall into authoritarianism and anarchy that we are slipping into. That is what progressives want. That is what they promote, as we say on the show. Now, if there's any progressive out there that disagrees with me, fantastic. Come on in. Tell me why. In 18 years, I don't see it. The Democratic elected officials, they never want to come onto this program. They almost never want to do an interview with me. They are terrified because they don't want to answer a question with a straight answer. They want to deflect. They want to talk about feelings, which I could care less about. They don't want to be held accountable. And more than a few Republicans are also just as afraid. Let's be honest here. I've been doing this a long time. They're all afraid of answering straight questions, but Democrats especially. And it's kind of sad. That being said, we're going to move forward. I asked the question now. Yeah, can you hear me now? But we asked the question now about Texas. Do you think that Texas protecting its border as the Constitution allows it to do, does that lead to a civil war? And if it did lead to a civil war, if it is something that the nation would be split upon, which side would you pick? Matter of fact, what sides exist? Do you think there's different sides on this? Are they political divides? Are they social, economic? Are they race-driven? What's the differences? And I think the answer to that is a lot more deep than most people think. But we're going to go into that. Let me do a little bit of housekeeping before I get even further, now that everyone can hear me. And I apologize again for that. But to just cover up, Monday night, I will be on Larry Sharp's program. Larry Sharp he ran for governor. He's a libertarian. He's a good friend of mine, a former Marine. And I've been doing a bunch of work with him of late. You may have noticed. Even though he's a libertarian, I'm a Republican, a conservative Republican. We have differences. We have things we agree with. And it's always good to have a conversation back and forth. I will be with him tomorrow on his nightly program. I believe that starts at 9 p.m. We will be on Thursday, February 1st, doing our lunchtime discussion about some politics, where we try and get Again, we try to get a Democrat or liberal progressive on with me and Larry to talk about different things. We've talked about UFOs. We've talked about sex workers. We've talked about a lot of different issues that are affecting everyone, and you have all of the perspectives. And we do that at 12 noon on Thursday, so you'll be able to see that. We call it the Lunch with the Sharp Crew. And coming up very soon, I will be doing a Saturday afternoon live stream, just so people know. It's coming soon, putting some final touches on it. A Saturday live stream, not like this program, a little bit different, but we'll let you know more about that very soon. So that being said, let's get into, we just finished talking about Nikki Haley. In the first half, the last thing, when we started talking about domestic, we were talking about Nikki Haley, South Carolina, what you're going to see in South Carolina. And you will see probably 1 out of 5, 1 out of 4 Democrats are going to vote for Nikki Haley. Not because they think that Nikki Haley is the best Republican or that she's even the best candidate. It's not because even though they don't want Joe Biden to run, 58 to 63% of Democrats don't want Joe Biden. No, that hasn't changed. The thing that they're going to do it for is because they don't want Orange Man Bad to look good. And the whole purpose is to change the motivation. They're going to try and demotivate Republicans and independents from coming out and voting for Donald Trump. That's it. They're going to try and kill his momentum by saying, oh, look, Nikki Haley's doing so great. It's not all Trump. If you support Trump, if you support making America great, well, then you're out of luck. It's all over. Don't pay attention anymore. I don't think it's going to work, but that's what they're going to do. And they can afford to do that because the Democratic National Committee has shut out every other voice. RFK was kicked out of the party. He's running independent, and he's almost beating. This tells you how badly Democrats are doing, how badly Joe Biden is doing. RFK Jr., in most recent polling, is polling at about between, depending on the poll, 15 to 21%. Joe Biden is polling at 31%. Joe Biden's the sitting president. And RFK Jr. is polling almost, he's within 10 points of the sitting president for that party. That is miserable. That is a horrendous kind of result. So Democrats are terrified. But since no one else is going to be qualified on the ballot in South Carolina against Joe Biden, since there is no real primary going on, they have enough extra people to try and change the Republican vote because it is an open ballot, which means Republicans, independents, and Democrats and progressives are all able to vote for anyone they want to. And we see this in every place that there are open ballots. There is gamesmanship. This is politics 101. You take some of the people on your side that you can afford. You have your candidate. You know your candidate's safe. Take some of those people, change the results, get the worst candidate you can on the other guy's side and try and push them up. Kill the motivation, the momentum, try and screw up the other party as much as you can. And that's what you're going to see in South Carolina. If anyone wants to dispute that, I'm absolutely open to hearing that. If there's a Democrat that wants to look someone in their face and say that isn't true, I dare you. I've been doing this 18 years. I've been covering elections from the local to the federal. I'm talking about presidential races for 18 years. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen in South Carolina. It happens every presidential cycle, every time. Republicans do it, Democrats do it. It's just a fact. Anyone who tells you, no, that's not going to happen, lying to your face, guaranteed. And I guarantee you, you're going to see roughly 15, 25% of all of the people who will select Nikki Haley will be Democrats. Guaranteed. That being said, let's go further. So that brings you up to date on what we've been talking about. And the state of what's going on in America, how this is all interplaying is affecting the rest of the world and affecting America, because we are seeing that nobody is interested in supporting a Biden progressive America. When I say that, I mean this, that the Navy has to keep lowering its standards. This is really bad news. This is horrendous. China is loving this. This is the best news China could possibly have. And Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, they are miserable. Philippines, Australia, they are absolutely hating this. That not only is Joe Biden shrinking the Navy, we're cutting it by half. Even as China is doubling its Navy, the United States is shrinking the Navy. And we are missing on all of our targets, all of our recruitment. The Army missed, Air Force missed, the Navy missed all of their recruitment targets. Less and less people are joining our military. This is critical. You don't have a free nation because everyone just respects America. That's not true. They do it because we have a big military and we're really, really strong. Besides being hard to get to because we're on another continent, but it's also because we are really strong. We have a strong Navy, strong military that protects us, that protects our rights and freedoms. Otherwise, everyone would come and try and take the resources we have. They want them desperately. So seeing that our Navy is missing its targets and it's shrinking, and then you add in the fact that the people who are being selected are worse and worse. We're scraping the bottom of the barrel. We keep lowering the standards lower and lower and lower. These are people who would never be qualified otherwise. They would never make the bar. And it's kind of like women as firemen. If you can't carry a 300-pound guy, you can't do the job. You shouldn't be hired. But we're hiring them anyway. I'm sorry. You can't do the job. You're not qualified. You're not good enough. And I'm saying this about the Navy. I say it about the Army. I'll say it about the Air Force. And thank God the Marines aren't doing that the same way. They have lowered the standards a bit, but not like we've seen in the Navy, in the Army, in the Air Force. And it is horrendous. And do I know anything about that? Yes, I do. I am a Marine. So, yes, I have some idea of what the standards are and why they exist. And anyone wants to tell you, well, no, that's lowering the standards is a good thing. It's good. It'll let more soy boys in. It'll let more women in. It's good. It's diversity. No, it's miserable. There is a reason why you want your recruits to do the minimum, that they should be able to swim, that they should be able to carry a certain weight, like 100 pounds on their back as they march 15 miles, because you need to do that in fighting a battle. If you get knocked off of a ship, you need to be able to swim in the ocean, hopefully long enough for someone to find you. Maybe not. But you got to do these things. They are the minimum requirements. And if we are lowering the qualifications lower and lower, that is not helping to protect freedom. It is a signal, a direct red hot flare up in the air for everyone, especially the enemies of America, to see that America is falling apart, that we aren't capable of protecting ourselves. Forget about our allies. We can't protect ourselves. And that's why we continue to see North Korea fire off cruise missiles and threaten South Korea, saying they're going to go back to a ground war. Why China is currently basically attacking the Philippines, and why we're seeing Japan build up their own military. Why we're seeing that Europe is not confident in America, and Sweden and Finland are saying, hey, they got to build up their militaries. They have to build up walls because they think war is coming, because no one's afraid of America. This is bad news. This is really, really bad news. And we need to be aware of that. Now, this does play into Texas and what's going on there. This is about civil war. Because think about it. What if we have a smaller and smaller and less qualified military, and there is less to defend America, and we have open borders where people are coming into America more and more, and they have no intention of being Americans, and they are looking to divide America, then who's going to protect us? They're more than happy. You can look at across this nation. There are many groups of people who are here in America. They're not here to be Americans. They are in America. That's it. They're here for America's resources, whether that's money, a job, whether that's literally the resources of America. They're here in America, but they're foreigners. They have no intention of integrating. They don't want to assimilate. They don't want to integrate. They want to be a foreigner in American soil, taking advantage of everything America has. And those people are more than happy to push America from time to time, to divide America more and more, giving them more opportunity to solidify and take more from what we have. This is what the pro-Hamas movement is doing. Their whole idea, the Democratic Socialists of America, that's exactly what they're doing. Divide America so that Iran and Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis can all take a foothold so they can take more of what America has. That's what the Democratic Socialists are doing right now. And in fact, they've been doing it so much that it has cost them. They went so woke that they are going broke. And I say that not as a jest. Here it is. Here's the news right here in front of you. By the way, after the show, you'll see all the links with all of this in the description. But yeah, Democratic Socialists of America, the DSA. This is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's party. This is the party of Ilhan Omar, of Anna Presley, of Rashida Tlaib, of Jamal Bowman, Hakeem Jeffries. These are all members of the Democratic Socialists of America. These are all progressives. This is their movement. These are the progressives. Democratic Socialists of America went all out for Hamas, to support Hamas. And because they went for Hamas, even the progressives were saying it's too far, it's too much. And we have seen progressives, even the Democratic Socialists of America, have pushed back and said, no, I don't agree with that. We can't support global terrorism. And they have stopped funding the Democratic Socialists of America. Many of their members have given up on them. They're no longer with the DSA. They have actually dropped out of that party. That political movement is dying. Why? Because people said, wait a minute, you're supporting genocide. Right? Or no matter what you may think about Israel, there's a big difference between you don't like Israel and supporting genocide. Big difference. Catherine Gay, who was the former head of Harvard, didn't understand that difference. Many of those academics, like at Stanford, at Columbia, at Cornell and Binghamton University, they don't understand the difference. They think, oh, no, we have to support it. Hamas is small. Doesn't matter if they're terrorists. Doesn't matter if they believe in global terror. Doesn't matter if they're sexually abusing hostages. They're the good guys because they're small, and racism's about the size, the power that you have. No, it's not. That's not the definition. And finally, people are starting to wake up and notice that, and that's why we're seeing the Democratic Socialists of America are losing millions of dollars and losing hundreds, if not thousands, of their members. But they're still not giving up. You would think that if they were losing so many people, they would say, maybe we should stop. Maybe we should think about this. Maybe if even the progressives think they are wrong and they have gone too far, you would think that would give them pause and say, maybe we made a bad decision here. Maybe we should think about that. No, their answer is we're just going to keep going. We're just going to ask more money. We're going to beg for more money and keep going down this road. Because they want to break America. They want to break the Constitution. And if you break the Constitution, I guarantee there will be a civil war in America. Guaranteed. Anyone who tries to actively break the Constitution will be involved in a civil war. That's true. And I think that's where you're seeing that element come from. You may disagree with me, but I think that's absolutely true. And this is why they went woke, and they're going broke. Absolutely. Went woke, they're absolutely going broke. And I'm happy to see that. That being said, And these are big elements, these are big problems that are affecting us all. Also, we should consider about the Civil War. If there were to be a civil war tomorrow, or in the next 5 years, or in the next 10 years, I want you to understand, millennials, most of the youth, they're going to lose. Not because I think so. They're living at home. They can't qualify. They are so out of shape, so uninvolved, unmotivated, they can't join the Army, which would accept anyone. The Army will accept basically anyone. If you have a pulse, you should be able to join the Army, and they're lowering their standards. You could be almost undead and get into the American military at this point. Same thing now is coming true for the Navy. And that's for those who have at least the intention of joining the military for whatever reason, usually because they want to be a chef and they think they're going to be able to go to college afterwards. The VA is not your friend. But for those that don't, you went to college, you got a degree because you were told you have to get a degree. You have to go to college. You won't be able to have a good life without it. You have somewhere between $100,000, $500,000 of debt, depending on the college you went to, and you're living in your mother's basement. That's it. That's what we're seeing over and over again. By the way, the largest numbers, California. If you go to college, you're in California, your family's in California, the odds are if you're a millennial, you go to college, you're going to live in your parents' basement. More and more and more. This is coming from Oxio. This is the left-leaning news. You don't have to believe me. This is a Harvard-Harris poll. I didn't make it up, and I'm not quoting it. This is coming from Axios. They're telling you. Especially if you're in California, you're going to be living in your mother's basement. Yeah, you've got a degree. That's completely useless. You studied Africana studies. You studied women. You studied lesbian dance theory. Guess what? None of that is useful for a damn thing. It is horrendously useless. The only thing you could hope to do, get a PhD and be able to teach a class about whatever it is you got a degree in for the next generation. That's it. That's the only reason. I studied in Africana studies. Fantastic. And unless you're going to be a teacher teaching Africana studies, it is useless. You will not get a job doing that anywhere. It has no application in the real world. So you just spent $500,000 for nothing. But you feel politically, you feel great. You feel you're an academic, you're intelligent, you're part of the intelligentsia. You're smarter than everyone else and can't do anything. You're as good as the fry guy at McDonald's. And you get to live in your parents' basement. And we're seeing more and more of these millennials, they go to college. Not only do they have to live with their parents either during and afterwards, but their parents are supporting them. I think it's about 34% of millennials now have, after they get done with college, their parents are still paying them. Call it an allowance. They're still getting money from their family. They can't live on their own. By the way, let's understand. When I was in college, I was poor. And you know how I dealt with that? I lived with a bunch of the other guys and a couple of women that were in our group in college. We rented a house together, 7 of us. We lived in the house. We split all the bills. We all worked. And we worked, went to college, and we paid the bills. That's how we did it. We didn't move back home with mom and dad. And mom and dad weren't paying the bills. We did. Because we had accountability for ourselves. If you have a generation that isn't accountable to themselves, that aren't willing to deal with hardship, then you have a nation that is weak and crumbling. And those very same millennials that are being told that they are entitled to jobs that that don't exist, with getting living wages that no business can afford to pay. They're entitled to all of that. They're entitled to the government taking care of them, their parents taking care of them forever. guess what? Those kids are going to lose in a civil war. They will fight, or they will be told they should be fighting to protect their entitlements, but I don't think they're going to show up. I don't think they would actually defend and fight for the entitlements. They'll sit back, and whoever is in charge, they'll just beg them for whatever it is they think they need. They are no more than they're wage slaves, they're economic slaves, they're social slaves. It's pitiful. This is what America is becoming. And the world is seeing it, and the world is saying, we can't trust America anymore. It's not worth it. So all of that brings me to talking about Texas. Let's talk about Texas. And again, if you think I'm wrong, folks, I'm more than happy to hear everyone's voice. Before I get to that, Matthew J. Hello, Matthew. Thank you for joining us. I didn't see your comment immediately. Matthew says, Michael, what role do NGOs, non-governmental organizations, play in supporting the invasion of our country? Actually, that's a good question. Let me answer that in just 1 second. I just want to put this up on the screen. No, come on. So Matthew J., to answer your question, it is a fact. It's not a question. It's not a debate. I've actually shown video of this and shown the links. And earlier in 2022, we knew for a fact, I think it was January or February of 2022, that the Red Cross was getting paid a grant, taxpayer money from the United States government, so that they could provide a map and details on how to illegally enter the United States. And they were distributing that in Mexico to these migrant caravans. Yes, the Red Cross literally was giving migrant caravans, some of them as large as 7,000 people. They're handing out leaflets and maps on how to illegally enter America, to get in where there are no border patrol, empty spaces that may or may not be desert and may or may not kill them. But these are the ways to get into America. They actually did that. And that was paid for by taxpayer money. So to answer your question, Matthew, how are the NGOs playing? What role do they play in destroying America's border and therefore America's infrastructure and safety? Well, that's it. They're taking taxpayer dollars to help illegal aliens enter America. Now, I know a lot of people go, but Mike, they're not illegal aliens. Yes, they are. That is the correct legal term. They are not native to the United States. So therefore, they are alien to our country, and they are breaking United States law. Thus, they are a criminal. They are illegal aliens. That is the term. They're not undocumented. They don't have authorization. There is no document for someone who is not supposed to be here. They're a criminal. So they're not migrants. They're not immigrants. They are illegal aliens. Anyone who tells you otherwise is just trying to lie to your face. They're just trying to make you feel good. And more importantly, make it sound nicer so you're more likely to say, yes, I want to take care of them. Oh, they're a refugee. No, they're not. If they were a refugee, the first nation, if you're a refugee from Angola, the first nation that you run into, the first safe place you would go to, isn't the United States. And you wouldn't go through the southern border. You'd go to if you want to go to the United States, you'd go to our embassy and you would be vetted for 18 months, and then you'd come into the United States. They're not doing that. They're not going to Europe and getting vetted in Europe for a year and then coming to the United States. They're not doing that. They're going into Costa Rica, walking up through Mexico and crossing over the southern border with a map from the Red Cross saying there are no guards over here. They are actively illegal criminals entering our country. And it is breaking our infrastructure. There is no two ways about that. This is the reality. It's not sugar-coated. It's not meant to make you feel good because there's nothing good about this. That's the fact. And if you want to support that, fantastic. Just understand, you're aiding and abetting in a crime that is destroying your very life. Because I know you've heard from Nancy Pelosi, you've heard from Chuck Schumer, AOC, you've heard from Biden, how wonderful Kamala Harris have all told you for decades now that illegal aliens are great. They help our economy. We need illegal aliens. If they were so wonderful and so great, then why isn't New York, Chicago, Boston, LA, why aren't they flush with money? Why don't they have a surplus of money and able to pay for everything? Because they got plenty of illegal aliens. That's not the problem. But they're going bankrupt, each and every one of those cities. Each and every one of those cities is losing billions of dollars. Let me say it again, not millions, billions of dollars in paying for criminals that broke our law. Why are we doing this? And these illegal aliens, we were told, they're net positive. They bring in money. Where's the money? Where's the money they're bringing in? Where's this surplus? Doesn't exist because you were lied to. That sounds nice, so now you will support. Well, if they're going to help the economy, why wouldn't I want them in here? You've been lied to. And no one has bothered to challenge that on MSNBC or CNN. They're actually supporting the lie. They're trying to convince you of that and don't want to give you the data, even though it's as simple as listen to Eric Adams. Listen to the mayor of Chicago, the mayor of Boston, the mayor of LA. They will tell you, they have been saying it very clearly. They can't afford illegal aliens. Trying to take care of those illegal aliens has broken the bank. They have to cut the police force, which means that's more crime. You're more in danger. They're cutting education. Your kids will be dumber. They're not going to get the education they should be having. It's going to cost more in Medicare. Well, gee, New York City fired 34,000 doctors and nurses because they didn't obey Empress Kathy Hochul when she said, get the jab or else. She fired them. That put even more pressure on a medical system that doesn't have enough doctors and nurses as is, and made it even worse. And now we have illegal aliens that are they're cutting in front of you in the emergency room to get taken care of. And they don't have to pay for it. You are. You're paying for your emergency room visit, and your taxes are paying for the illegal alien. You're paying for it twice. Oh, but you didn't know that. No one said that on NBC. Nobody said that on CBS. The New York Times didn't mention that because they don't want you to change your vote. They want you to vote Democrat. And Democrats want more illegal aliens. That's why we have open borders. If you notice, Eric Adams you would think, if you're in a ship and the ship is sinking, you would think the first thing you want to do is cover up the hole that is letting the water flood the ship, that is sinking the ship. You'd stop the flooding so that you could fix the ship so it'll stay afloat. That is only logical. That is absolutely the logical thing to do. Democrats are saying, open up the hole, make the hole bigger. Don't worry. They're saying, we got to bail out. Yes, you can bail out the water, but we're going to open up the hole so more water can come in. Because that's what happens when you say, okay, we're not going to close the border. We're going to send more border agents to the border, not to stop people from coming in, not to close the border, but to be able to let in more illegal aliens, which is what Biden is trying to do. That's the plan Democrats have right now. How do they fix the border? Open it up even more. Let even more people come into the United States. They're not closing the border. They're not trying to stop anyone. They're trying to make it faster so that you don't notice the 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 people in a caravan that are coming into America, so that you don't see them clumped up climbing the gates. They're trying to get them in faster. They're going to send them across the country in the middle of the night into private buses, going into shelters that you should be in. God knows how many hundreds of women and children have been kicked out of shelters in New York City so that an illegal alien can have their space instead. That's not a horror story. That's a fact. That has factually happened, and it's happened in Chicago, it's happened in Boston, it's happened in LA. In the middle of winter, families, American families, children are being put into the middle of the street so that an illegal alien can have their space. That is a fact. You're not supposed to think about it. You're not supposed to ask questions about it. And the news media is more than happy to gloss over it in 30 seconds and talk about some other story instead. They're going to move right past it and go, and by the way, Orange Man bad. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We kicked the moms out of the shelters. Illegal aliens are in all the shelters. They have filled every single shelter in the city. We have even more of them, so we need more shelters. What, the mom? Oh, yeah, the moms are on the street. They're American citizens. The kids? Oh, yeah, the kids are on the street. Why? They're American citizens. By the way, Orange Man bad. Orange Man is bad. Did you know that? But we were just talking about you kicked a bunch of moms onto the middle of the street. Yeah, but Orange Man bad. Did you not understand that? Orange Man bad. That's the answer to that question. But I didn't ask a question. I'm just understanding the facts. Yes, but the fact is Orange Man bad. That's what you're supposed to focus on. Let's talk about Orange Man bad. No, I want to talk about the moms that you kicked out on the street. Why are the illegal aliens, why are the criminals getting taken care of better with my tax dollars than a mom and their kids? Oh, because Orange Man bad. Does that make any sense to anyone? And if anyone thinks I'm being facetious about this, that I'm not explaining this properly, tell me how I'm not. If you're on the left and you think that's wrong, please show me the data that says that that's not what's happening, because it is. We have a comment from Matthew again, and Matthew says, also, it appears that religious affiliated groups like Catholic Charities are assisting the illegals. There are many organizations that are doing it. The Red Cross is only one example of it, but it's one that everyone knows. Not everyone knows what Catholic Charities is. Everyone's heard of the Red Cross, which is why I highlight that. But it is documented, and we do know for a fact that the Red Cross is still, to this second, they are getting money from the United States government so that they can give maps to illegally enter America to illegal aliens in Mexico and Central America. That is a fact. Not everyone knows that. But yes, Catholic Charities and other charitable organizations are helping illegal aliens enter America. That's a fact. It's kind of scary. So, I think we understand the nature of the problem and how invasive it is. And the answer at every turn from the major media and from the left-leaning politicians is don't talk about it. That's their answer. It is the number one issue in America. Poll after poll after poll. Marist, Rasmussen, you name the poll. When they ask voters, what are your two top 5 things that they're worried about? In the top 5, almost always, number 1 is immigration. Number 2 is the economy. Those, whether it's 1 and 2 and 2 and 1, they're always in the top 2 to 3 is immigration and the economy. Everyone knows this. Everyone has seen what is happening to New York, Chicago, Boston, LA. Everyone is seeing the infrastructure of America break. We're seeing it across the entire southern border. Mind you, as I said earlier, the northern border is a problem too. In fact, I think it's a bigger problem in terms of terrorism, because terrorists, we see a large number of terrorists are entering America through the northern border, because that's just a bunch of woods. Nobody is watching it. There is no fence. There is no gate. There are no border guards. It's just miles upon miles upon miles of trees and illegal aliens that are entering in there. The higher percentage of the illegal aliens that are getting caught up there, we have seen a lot of known or suspected terrorists coming from Canada into the United States. It's just something people should be paying more attention to, I think. If you think I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear it. But I think that's massively important. But everyone's talking about the southern border. Okay. So we understand the nature of the problem. Infrastructure is being broken state after state after state. All of our major cities are breaking. American citizens are being treated like second-class citizens. They are substandard. Even as we are funding for all of the benefits to illegal aliens. And because we're doing this, because New York City is spending $60,000 per illegal alien, that is a fact. Just do the math. It's just that simple. Do the math. The billions, when you take the billions versus 120,000 illegal aliens at this moment, works out to $60,000 per illegal alien, not per family, not for every unit. Each and every single illegal alien, we're spending $60,000 on each and every one of them. I guarantee you that you could feed a lot of kids, you could house a lot of the homeless, you could do a lot of help for a lot of people with half that money. That's how much money we are spending, wasting, that we don't have. So you would think, going back to my analogy about the boat, you would think we would want to close the border. We want to close all of our borders so that we could fix the infrastructure. We could fix the boat. Close the hole so we can fix the boat so we don't all sink. Because we're sinking the ship. We have to fix that. And the only way to fix it is the first thing first, stop the flooding. Close the hole. In other words, close the border. Stop this massive surge of illegal aliens. And if you think it's been big so far, and it has been record-breaking numbers, well, guess what? It's about to get worse. It's about to get worse because in 2024, there is a strong, high level of confidence that Donald Trump will win. Donald Trump will close the border. Donald Trump will build a wall. I don't care who pays for it. I don't care how the wording and the politics will be. We know he's already done it. We have the past history to look at. He will close borders. He will kick out illegal aliens, and he will build a wall. These things are things he has said he has done, that he promised he would do, and he did them, and he will do them again. Which means every illegal alien around the world that are trying to come to America are trying to get there now. They want to be in America before the end of 2024. They want to be here before January of 2025. Because Donald Trump wins, the border gets closed. And they are terrified of that. So this is going to be a worse year than any year on record. That's my prediction. And you will see it come true. That being said, so we have to close the border. And we understand the smartest thing to do in closing the border, well, rather, to fix the problem of illegal immigration, no matter what Congress wants to do after that, we have to close the border. No matter how New York wants to do the funding, doesn't matter how much money they get from the federal government, doesn't matter about Chicago or Boston, doesn't matter how much money you try and throw at the problem, it won't fix it because there will always be more people. Hey, if you're going to give me $60,000 to live, I'm going to call my brother and say, hey, you want a free $60,000? Call my mom, call my sister, my girlfriend. Hey, you want $60,000? You're just giving it away. You've got at least a year, maybe 2, maybe 3 years. They're just giving you money. Come on in. Well, right now, why? Because they can stay in their home countries and make $1,000 a year, or they can come to America and have someone spend $60,000 on giving them housing and food and everything they need, clothing. Or you can stay in your country and live in a mud hut and get up and work your ass off for $1,000 a year. Which one do you think makes more sense? Which one would you do for your mom that you love, your brothers and sisters and family members that you love, the partners that you love, your kids? Are you going to let them live in a mud hut and work their ass off for $1,000 a year? Or are you going to tell them, cross the border, you'll get $60,000? It's really that simple, folks. So we need to close the border. And Texas, because we see this, Arizona has not taken the same approach as Texas. Arizona followed the Biden administration. They welded the gates open. Don't believe me? Look at Lukeville, Arizona. It is a fact. We've had video. We have shown you the video on this program that they welded the gates open per the Biden administration. That's what the Border Control was forced to do. And thousands of illegal aliens entered the United States because of those welded open gates. That's what was happening in Arizona. Texas said, no, that's stupid. Now, most of the Texas border is a river. So that's already something that's a barrier that helps. But their answer is, okay, so we're going to put in a bunch of really big buoys in the water. We're going to put in the razor wire on the edge, on the American side of the river. And this is a deterrent. Now, here's the thing I always find that's interesting about this. The left will tell you, that is inhumane, that is evil. Why? No one ever asks this. Why is it evil? Why is it inhumane? Well, it's razor wire. They're going to cut themselves up. You're assuming they're going to climb the razor wire. They can't climb over the buoy. They're going to drown. You're assuming they're going to go into the river to try and get over it. It's meant to be a deterrent, to deter them from entering Texas in the middle of a river. They still can enter Texas through the border gates, where we have actual entryways in our border that they're supposed to go through, legally. It would force them to legally enter the United States. But you want them to illegally enter. That's why you don't want the border to be closed. You want more illegal aliens. The left wants more illegal aliens. If you hear someone saying, oh, razor wire is just inhumane, you want more illegal aliens. You want more people to take their kids and take themselves and travel 1,000, maybe 2,000 miles to break our law. You are trying to promote crime. Everyone who wants to have Texas remove the razor wire, to remove the buoys in the water, you are promoting crime. You are trying to destroy America. You are part of and promoting the destruction of America. The left will not like being told this, because no one is being honest with them. No one's looking them in the face and saying, you are the problem. You are creating crime, and you're creating more sex slaves. You're creating more drug sales. You are the problem. But razor wires, again, it's inhumane. Only if you try to climb it. The buoys in the water, you're going to drown. Only if you try to climb over it in the river. You're not supposed to. Go to the border crossing, legally enter America. If you're a refugee, go to the legal border entry, declare that you're an asylum seeker, and tell them why you're seeking asylum. Oh, but America isn't your first country. You're coming from Africa. You're coming from Asia. You're coming from South America. You're traveling through 5, 15, 20 countries, traveling halfway around the world to come to America. Oh, then you're really not looking for asylum. You're looking for something else. I don't know what it is you're looking for. Maybe you're looking for free money. Maybe you're looking to be taken care of. Maybe you're a sleeper agent from Iran or one of the other terrorist organizations, and you want to destroy America. Maybe you want to commit another Fort Hood. Maybe you want to be like San Bernardino or Oakland or Orlando nightclub or the Boulder, Colorado shootings. Maybe you're one of those kind of terrorists. Maybe you want to have another 9/11, so that's why you're trying to enter America. I don't know. Could be. Guess what? Don't come to America. Close the border. Close the border. If you legitimately are claiming asylum, go through the process. I'm not saying we can't accept refugees. I'm absolutely happy to accept refugees that follow the system. I'm absolutely happy to have legal immigration. Follow the law. But if you're not following the law, why do I want you in my country? If I can't trust you from the moment, what do they say? The first impression is your impression. You don't get to have a second first impression. If the first thing that I get to know about you is you broke the law, you purposefully, intentionally broke the law and want me to reward you for that, I don't want you in my country. Period. Full stop. It's very simple. It's very easy. And everyone in America should agree with that. If I can't trust you to follow the law, if the first thing I know about you is, the first confirmed thing that I can say about you is you break the law, and you expect me to reward you for that by giving you a place to live, by giving your kids education, by taking care of your medical needs, all on the taxpayer dime, I'm sorry. I don't want you in my country. You are a leech. You are a problem. You're not a benefit. You are going to drag America down, and I don't want to go down with you. Get out of my country. Don't come in. And that's the position that Texas has taken. That's why Texas has razor wire. That's why they have buoys in the water. Because it promotes legal immigration. It promotes legal asylum. And that's the thing that keeps getting left out by the left. When the left-leaning media talks about this, they keep leaving out that key word, legal, on purpose. They always say, well, it's immigration and immigrants. And they keep leaving out, are they legal? Did they follow the law? Because when you think about it and you go, oh, yeah, the first thing and only thing I know that is true, that is confirmed, that is an absolute fact is you're a criminal. And you're demanding a reward for the crime. A lot of people would say no. Even on the left, Democrats, moderates, even liberals, many of them will go, no. I'm not going to reward crime. Why would I want to reward crime? Why should I trust you? How can I trust you? You're a criminal. You actively are breaking the law, and now you're demanding more from me? You're demanding a reward? I don't think so. So I think I've made my case clear on what the problem is at the border and what the position is. The left's position and the right's position. And the left will give you a lot of feelings about why they feel like it's a good thing. No one's an illegal alien. Yes, they are. That's a lie. Every country has a law on it. Every country in the world has a law about immigration. All of them. And there are rules about citizenship in every country in the world. You don't just show up and you're a citizen. Doesn't happen. There are rules and laws, and they always have been rules and laws. This isn't a new thing. So you can't tell me, no one's illegal. Yes, you are. Yes, there are illegal aliens, and there are non-citizens. That is an absolute fact. And if they're telling you they're not, they're trying to make you feel different. They're trying to lie to you about the law. Because legally, that's a fact. And they know it. But they don't want to deal with it because they lose. If we start talking about the law and facts, they lose. What did Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tell you? She doesn't believe in being empirically, mathematically, or semantically correct. She doesn't care about the truth. She doesn't care about the facts. She cares about feelings. Because if she can manipulate your feelings, she can get you to do anything. And it doesn't matter even if it's something that's going to hurt you, which illegal aliens hurts you. You may feel good about it. You're literally chopping off your own legs. I'm going to get to the comments in 1 second. I see the comments. I'm going to get to them. Give me a moment. And I mean, Graham, I see your comments there. I'm going to get to the other comments in just 1 second. So with that being said, we have the two sides. I think I've made my case clear about that. The left has feelings. They feel like it should be a good thing. They know it's factually bad for you. The right are saying, this is the law. Just follow the law. No one's saying you can't be in America. They're saying follow the law. It's real simple. Don't break the law. Not that we won't help you. It's not that we won't have asylum seekers or aliens or migrants that come into America and we're giving them food. We do take care of them. That's not a problem. We just say follow the law. It's that simple. It's not hard. Follow the law. That is all the right is asking for. And the left is adamant in saying, stop talking about the law. I'm sorry. That's why we have a nation. That's how we have a society. Because laws matter. Otherwise, you can just run around killing people. You can run around sexually abusing people. Laws matter. The left loves their laws. I mean, that's why they have hate crimes, because you can call everything a hate crime. They love the law when it suits their purpose. But when it doesn't, then the law doesn't matter. You can't pick and choose. Either you follow the law or you don't. Either it's a crime or it's not. And guess what? Breaking into America without authorization is a crime. Period. Full stop. That's it. Let me get to some of the comments. And I look forward to the comments. And by the way, folks, if you are on the left or if someone you know is on the left and they're watching this and they want to make a comment, I'm happy to hear it. If you say, Mike, I disagree with you, fantastic. Tell me how I'm wrong. I'm happy to have this. I've had this discussion with lawyers. I've had it with members of Congress. I've had this conversation with members of state assemblies and legislatures. I've talked to candidates about this for decades. I've talked about this for a long time with the actual politicians. They may not like what I'm saying, but it's not wrong. So let me go on. Graham says, Michael, what do you think of the assertion that conservatives have compassion, have a deficit of compassion? I think that's a lie. I think that's stupid. It is a fact. It is a documented fact that when they've actually looked at and charted it out, conservatives the more conservative and religious you are, the more likely you are to donate to charity and to do charitable things. The left, the more progressive you become, the less likely you are to do charitable actions or to make donations. That is a fact. It's not a question. It's not an opinion. It is a fact. The left, especially the more religious, the right, especially the more religious right, are more charitable than anyone in America. That is a fact, point blank. So anyone who says, well, the right has no compassion, it is compassionate to say, do not send a child on a 1,000 or 2,000 mile trek alongside sex slavers and drug dealers where they will be abused on that trek with no guarantee of food or water. That is child abuse. If I am stopping that from happening, that is compassion. The Democrats, the progressives, they're looking at the end of the trip and saying, well, let them go, enter the country. You are being evil for not letting them in the country. I'm trying to stop them from even making the first step. I don't want the parents to send their kid on that trip in the first place because it is child abuse the second that kid walks out that door on their own. That is child abuse. I'm trying to stop the child abuse. That's true compassion. I don't want them to do it. They're saying, oh, no, but you won't let them finish. I don't want them to start. The abuse started the second they were said, go and follow that caravan. That starts the abuse. That's not compassionate. Compassion is saying, don't let your kid do this because we're not going to let them in. I'm giving them a reason not to abuse their child or let their child be abused. That's compassion. And you can quote me on that, share that anywhere across America. I dare the left to dispute that. I dare the left to look at that and say, no, that's not compassionate. If they're saying that to you, they're lying, or they're chopping my words up and they're not letting you hear the full quote. Send that to anyone. Going on, Graham says, it's easy to pile on down and out millennials and criticize illegal aliens for breaking the law. Yeah, it is easy to do that because it's a crime. And yeah, get motivated. But more difficult is coming up with public policy solutions that aim for justice and are practical enough for most people to agree on. Most people agree to follow the law. Most people are law-abiding. 99.99% of the population are law-abiding citizens. That is a fact. It is an incredibly small percentage of the population that commit crimes. It is law-abiding, it is lawful, it is good for society, and it is good for individuals to not force children to go on 1,000-mile treks with sex slavers and drug dealers and gangs on their own with no guarantee of food, shelter, or clothing. That is criminal. I am doing it. That is a solution. Close the border is a successful solution. Will it stop all illegal immigration? No. And anyone who says you can absolutely guarantee there will be no illegal immigration, they're lying to you. I'm not trying to end all illegal immigration because we're human beings. They will find a way. What I'm trying to do is manage that. Instead of being flooded by illegal aliens that overwhelm our system that we can do nothing about, I'd rather have a trickle so that we can legally allow more people in when we are prepared and capable of taking care of them without hurting American citizens. That's justice. And if anyone's telling you that's not justice, they don't understand what justice is. They have a bias. They have a prejudice. They have an agenda, a political agenda. They want something. They're trying to manipulate you. Because anyone who doesn't agree with that, we just, let them run in rampant until we have nothing left, until the whole thing burns and falls apart. That's not justice. That's not beneficial. That's not helping people. And if you can't follow one law, why do I expect you're going to follow any other? It sounds harsh only if you think about it, if your feeling is, but that's not what I want. It's hard. I know it's hard. It is not nice. It isn't hugs and warm and friendly. It's very hard to say, to close the door in someone's face and say, no, you can't come in. It is hard to do. But it's the right thing to do. Because if I close the door on one person, and I will feel bad, and I will tell them, go through the legal process, take the time, and I'll see you in a year. And if you make it through, I'm happy to help you. But I'd rather do that so that 10 other people realize, don't do this, than to let one person in and convince 100 people I should break the law too. It's not worth it. What's the greater evil? Matter of fact, what I'm talking about in closing the border, that's not evil. That's actually compassionate. It's just that the media is obsessed with trying to stop you from thinking about it. Only thing they're saying is, you just closed the door on a illegal alien. You just closed the door on them. That's horrific. No, it's not. Because it doesn't end right there. That's not the only thing that I have done. In closing the border, it's not just, we just let these people rot and die. No, we're telling them don't come illegally. And by the way, no one said that anyone who's illegal, go legally into America. Go to the border, go to the border crossings and legally try to enter America. You know why they won't? Because they know they won't get in. Because they don't legally have a reason to be here. We have no obligation to them. There's no reason for us to let them in. So they would rather break the law because they get more benefits that way. It is more beneficial to them. Their action is completely selfish. And I understand why they're doing this completely selfish thing. Let's be honest about this. Let's have that honest conversation. Illegal aliens are intensely, insanely selfish. This is about their benefit. They want. This is about their wants, their needs, their selfish desire being imposed on the United States and our citizens. Now, I understand why they're doing it. I'm not saying that there's no reason for them to do it. Haiti is a hellhole. It is. It's a terrible place to live. So is Venezuela. People are starving every day. Their governments are killing their own people. I get why they're leaving. That doesn't change how we react. Because there's always a problem somewhere in the world. There's always a reason to leave a place that is bad. We can't accept the world. We can't have 4 billion people living in the United States. We just don't have the room, the resources, or the infrastructure. You can't do it. Even if you wanted to do it, you can't. That's a fact. And to pretend that, yeah, sure, we can have 4 billion people, half the world can all live in America tomorrow. No, they can't. That's a lie. And if you did that, that's evil. Because it would cause untold numbers of people to die miserably and horribly. You would destroy everything. That's the honesty of it. If we're being honest, that is the honest answer. The left isn't honest. They're dishonest. That's why they trade in emotions. That's why they try to make you react emotionally without thinking. They don't want you to think logically about all of the things that are involved in this process, which is why they're saying Texas is a bad guy, because that's an emotional reaction. It has nothing to do with the logic. They're not thinking. Notice they say, it's evil. It's evil. Wait a minute, but they can just go to the border crossing. They can go. Those very same illegal aliens that you're saying inhumanely or, they were stuck in the reservoir. They didn't have to go across the reservoir. There's a border crossing. They could walk. They walked 1,000, maybe 2,000 miles. You mean to tell me they can't walk a couple hundred feet to the border crossing and cross there legally? They can, but they're selfish. And they know they won't get in because they don't have a legal right or reason to get in. So they're going to selfishly break the law, which means, and they're so selfish and they have such little regard for America, they're willing to go across Buizen Reservoir to get what they want. Does that make sense? I'm not saying that anyone's, it doesn't matter if you like it or not. I don't care about whether people like the answer or not. That's the honest answer. That is point blank, blunt answers. Reality. Doesn't matter if you like it. You can have whatever feeling you want. You can be Mother Teresa. I could care less. But that's, no matter what you feel, here's the reality. Reality is cold sometimes. And doing something that looks like it's actually hurting someone is actually helping them. Let me go on. Graham says, I just think that there's a lot of blame and shame in talking about illegal immigration. Yes, there is. I will not deny it. Absolutely. There is. And there should be. There should be. Because it is a crime, because it is torturous, it is an abuse, and I'm trying to end it. Yes. So, yes, I will shame the parents that send the kid on their own. I keep emphasizing that because there are hundreds of thousands of children that are being abused because they are sent on a 1 and 2,000 mile trek by themselves with some of the most horrific people taking advantage of them every step of that trek. So yeah, I'm more than happy to embarrass those parents and to disabuse them, to cause them to never send their child that way in the first place. Go legally. Yes, I am perfectly happy with shaming them and to abuse them. That's reality. Reality isn't nice. I don't care about their feelings. And Graham, you know I'm not personal about this. This isn't against you, Graham. I'm not talking about you. But we have to get away from, well, I have to make people feel good about the truth. No, I don't. The truth is the truth, whether you feel good about it or not. The left is obsessed with, but we have to feel good. I don't care how you feel. Your feelings are yours. They will change either in a couple of seconds or a couple of minutes. You don't have the same feeling all day, every day for your life. Feelings are fleeting and they change, especially as you learn more and more information. I am not going to appeal to people's feelings. I don't care. That's yours and they will change. I'm not playing that game to try and keep you happy all the time, every time. Sorry, it's not possible. You're a human being. Can't be done, and I'm not going to try. I'm more concerned about reality. Reality requires lawfulness. It requires an infrastructure. It requires a plan. That's not fun. It's not happy, happy, joy, joy. Just isn't. Graham goes on to say, so what should we do to the refugees of countries that are interfered in their organic democracy? The same thing we do with refugees of every other country. You can apply to be a refugee and we will vet you. It takes 18 to 24 months unless there is a significant emergency, say like, I don't know, 1930s Germany, unless there's, or the genocides of the Sudan that have been happening for the last 3 decades, unless there's some imminent genocide happening, yeah, you will go through the process. 18 months to 24 months and we will let you in. The percentage and number of people that we allow in is a conversation that we have in Congress that should be based on how much can we afford in terms of our infrastructure, food, housing, everything. What can we afford? How many people can we afford to have come in every year, year after year, who have a legitimate need? It's that simple. It's just that simple. It's not complicated. Graham goes on, the book Bitter Fruit is about how we overthrew the democratically elected ruler of Guatemala, which then led to coups and genocides in that country. There were coups and genocides in Guatemala long before the United States ever got involved. Countries have problems, and those problems aren't always because of the United States or any other country. It happens. And I guarantee you, other countries are messing with us. They have, and we know, they have been sending their spies, they have been sending their terrorist organizations into our country. That's part of the world. The world isn't nice. I'm not worried about that. Let me go on. I'm trying to catch up in some of the comments here. And people will quote the Bible. They'll quote. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. If I cannot infinitely, no one, you cannot infinitely feed people coming to your door. And I know, again, people don't like this because it doesn't feel nice. It doesn't feel good. And I don't care about the feelings because feelings won't feed anyone. Feelings won't put a house or a shelter for someone to live in. Feelings won't provide electricity. So I don't care about feelings. Feelings will not protect you from a terrorist who came into the country whose purpose is to kill you. It is an essential necessity, an obligation to protect our border and to protect our people. It is essential. We can't protect anyone if everyone is breaking our laws, if our laws don't stand for anything. And you can quote Bible scriptures or anything else you want to me. If I can't take care of someone, I can't take care of them. And I'm not obligated to do so. Period. No matter which Bible scripture you want to quote to me. That's just the fact. And again, this isn't about making people feel good. I know a lot of people will find this to be hard. And it is. It is hard. But it's true. So that's why we're having this conversation about Texas. That's why the conversation in Texas is so critical to the future of America. And I think to a large extent, Governor Abbott is taking the same position that I am, which is just honest. It's just honesty as opposed to emotional manipulation. And the Biden administration is using emotional manipulation. And they're saying, no, but we feel. The Biden administration is all about how we feel about this. And that doesn't answer the problem of how you're going to feed them. No one eats feelings. No one lives inside a feeling. No one reads because their feelings provide light. It doesn't work that way. So constitutionally, let's go. So we've dealt with the moral question. And what is the greatest moral good? The greatest moral good is closing the border. It is. It may not feel immediately like that, but when you think about it without the emotional input instantly. And yeah, the answer is the greatest good is close the border. Legally. Let's go legally. Does the federal government have the right to control the border? Yes and no. Yes and no. The Supreme Court did not say Texas could not put down barbed wire. They never made that decision. And the left will word everything to say, see, the Supreme Court said that you have to get rid of all the barbed wire. No, they didn't say that. The Supreme Court said that you can't block illegal aliens from entering Texas. No, they did not. That's what the left is saying now because they're playing emotional games with people. They're lying to you. That's not what the Supreme Court said. The Supreme Court said that, yes, the federal government has a right to take down the barriers. They never said Texas doesn't have a right to put the barriers right back up. Basically, the Supreme Court, because this is a case that is still under litigation, it's still going through the process, but because there is a battle between the federal government and the state of Texas, the Supreme Court came in and made a decision that didn't decide anything because it's not done. They're still going through the court system. So they weren't trying to make the final decision. It has to go through the process. So yes, the Supreme Court the Supreme Court did say that, yeah, Joe Biden, the federal government can remove the barriers, and Texas can put them right back there. And Texas has the right under Article 1, Section 10, to protect the border, to protect the citizens of Texas and America. They have that right. It is an absolute fact. That's part of the 10th Amendment, states' rights. They have the fact. They have the right. It is a fact. And whether the Biden administration or the left like it or not doesn't matter. It is legally their right. Now, yes, again, the federal government has the right to take their time and try and remove it. But yes, Texas and again, according to the Constitution, according to the amendments, the rights of a state and the people are higher and bigger than the federal government. Your rights as an individual are bigger and more important than the right of the federal government. Your rights as a state are bigger and more important than the rights of the government, because the government is subservient to a state and subservient even more so to an individual. That's what the Constitution says. That's what it is built on. So if it's a battle between the federal government and a state on something where they both have legal standing, the state is actually more right than the federal government. You as an individual are more right than the federal government. And I think that's very important. I think that's very, very significant, which the left-leaning media wants to edit down. They will not have this. They've tried to water this down into a 30-second emotional soundbite rather than actually answering the in-depth questions here, the many ramifications of it, and how it has an impact on more than just that illegal alien. This is having an impact on 330 American citizens. 330 million American citizens. Graham says, did I see the earlier question about the U.S. economy? No, I did not. No, I missed that one. And the U.S. economy cannot afford illegal aliens, especially in the numbers that we're getting. We can't afford illegal aliens, and we can't afford them in these numbers. That's just a fact. And they are destroying New York, Chicago, Boston. They're destroying the country. That is a fact. You don't have to believe me. Ask Eric Adams. Ask the mayor of Chicago, Boston. They've all said it. L.A. Ask them. They'll tell you. People will be amazed because I'm actually taking the time to really lay this out. And I'm happy to go over this with any Democrat. They will never attack this because they can't. They can't morally say, oh, no, but they have the higher... No. Now, when we think about the entire process, no. They will tell you the last step, that's where their position is all about that last step. My position is from the first step. So there's that. It's very disingenuous what we're seeing happening out there. And we can't afford it financially. We can't afford it legally. It's breaking our laws, breaking our Constitution. This is the problem. Will this lead to a civil war? So with all of that passionately stated, do I think this will lead to a civil war? No. There will not be a civil war over illegal immigration. This isn't new. This is a battle that we have been having for my entire lifetime. I'm about to be 56. More than half a century. And more and more frequently, and perhaps to a greater degree, we've been having it for the last 2 decades. The answer is no. We're not going to go to civil war because illegal aliens aren't worth it, quite honestly. They're not that important to America. There are bigger issues that are facing America, like the Democratic Socialists of America, who want to rewrite the Constitution. There are groups of socialists and progressives that believe in genocide, that if you do not agree with them, that they are willing to support genocide to remove you and your opinion, because that's what Harvard is teaching. Genocide is a proper response to someone who disagrees with your political ideology, which is ridiculous. That's a bigger issue. We have absolutely fundamental issues facing America, and if America is about to break on any reason, it would more likely be because of equity. Because we are being divided and subdivided into smaller and smaller groups, and all of those smaller and smaller categories have to compete with each other to be able to get the same kind of respect and rights as any other group. Think about it. That's what equity is. You're no longer, we said on this show before, you're no longer human. You're just a category. And that category only has as much importance as its ranking versus all the other categories out there. And the lower you are on the ranking of the categories, the less perks you get. That's what equity is. That's what they are promoting. From the intelligentsia through the government, that's what they're pushing out there. That's a far bigger issue. That's a reason why America would go to war. That's why you will see people fighting. Because really, what's the dividing line in Texas? What are we fighting on? What are the two sides? Graham asked the question. What do you think of the state of the U.S. economy? We're in a recession. Some mainstream news media outlets are claiming that the economy is doing well. They have to. It's an election year. Graham says, example, Washington Post, falling inflation, rising growth gives U.S. the world's best recovery. First of all, the rest of the world is still battling on whether or not they're going to, how deep the recession they're going to be dealing with. And China's talking about falling into another recession. So the rest of the world, they're already in trouble. America's been in a recession since August of 2022 when they changed the definition of recession to protect the 2022 midterms, because otherwise people wouldn't have voted Democrat. Every election year, to the best of ability, we have seen every time the economy is always fantastic in an election year. Artificially or just by the wording, you will always hear no president goes, if they can at all help it, and say that the economy is bad. It's never bad when there's an election year and someone is up for re-election. They're always talking about how they can make it better, but it's never bad that election year. Also, as an example with the Washington Post, is inflation falling? Yes, it's falling from the peak, which was August of 2022, but it is still up over 300%. Inflation is up 300% since the day Joe Biden got in office. We're at 16%. We were as high as 19% of inflation. We were at 19%. Now we're at 16%. So inflation has fallen, but it's up 300%. The Washington Post is playing with the numbers. They're giving you half the story. They're taking a snapshot and only telling you, see how it fell down? Yeah, but you didn't show them how it went up. You're not talking about the 3 years of it going up, 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 up. You're only showing us the couple of months where it went down. That's not an honest answer. The economy is horrible. We've had well over, I think we've cleared over 30,000, possibly 50,000 layoffs in January alone. Just since the beginning of the year. And you're telling me that's a healthy economy? Why did the unemployment rate stay the same? Because the number of people working decreased. Okay? The number of people we count as working decreased. But the labor force, the number of people able to work in America decreased. And the number of people that were counted increased. So that kept the unemployment level the same. But that's not accurate. The U.S. economy is absolutely horrendous. That's just fact. Okay, I'm going to be wrapping up shortly. I did want to, and what I will say, so I think I've made the case on whether or not Texas is doing the right thing. What is the real issue of immigration? Do I think there's going to be a civil war? It's a very simple answer is no. Not over this. There are a lot of things we may go into a civil war for. This isn't one of them. Equity? Absolutely. Illegal immigration? No. Is it going to be a problem? Absolutely. And is this problem going to get worse? Absolutely. And there are 25 states There are 26 states that are telling the federal government they are wrong, and they have the right to do so. And if we're going by the Constitution, the federal government must back down. And Joe Biden is going to back down because he can't lose 25 states and still win. And he's motivated by winning the election. He's going to find a way to back down. They're going to make a compromise. That's it. Let me see. And the economy is not made better by illegal aliens. You will not find one single article by any economist that is going to honestly tell you, oh, by the way, and the economy is better now because those illegal aliens that we paid $60,000 a piece per year for, yeah, they made $80,000 by sitting on their ass. No, they didn't. It's just basic. By the way, RFK, not necessarily for the same, not all the same reasons, but RFK also agrees with what I'm saying to an extent. To be fair, it's to an extent, but he does, in fact, agree. And Democrats have to understand, even RFK, who is hardly a Republican, hardly conservative, RFK Jr. also recognizes Texas is right. The border is out of control, and Texas has all the rights. Hey, hi, Con. My puppy's here with me again. So you can't even say this is a left-right thing. Again, why is it not a Civil War event? Because even the left agrees. If they're being honest, if they're not being complete progressive, straight down the line, whatever I'm told, I'm a robot, and I just go with the party line. If you think it all, you're not going to agree with it. And let me just double check here. Was there any other major thing? Oh, one other quick thing. Because I've been doing this for 6 hours now. So we've had a lot to talk about, and I guarantee you, we have not finished the conversation about the Civil War, nor about illegal immigration. It's not over. But I did want to bring up that Kenneth Smith was killed for the death penalty. He died through a use of nitrogen. And theoretically, he was supposed to be unconscious within seconds and die within minutes. Nope, didn't happen. He was thrashing around for minutes until he became unconscious, and it took over 22 minutes for him to die. Here's the thing. If he's guilty, the death penalty is appropriate, and, while I don't wish anyone great pain, I'm also, if you have killed others, if you have caused such harm that we would consider taking your life, which is rightly a right thing to do, that is just, I say, just shoot him. That's it. Firing line. We don't even need human beings for that anymore. Just have automated. We could do the death penalty with an automated series of guns with a randomizer in the bullets. Line it up, have an AI tick down the time, do the randomizer, they fire, and that's it. No human being needs to be involved with it. No. There's my death penalty. Make it simple. Shoot him. Done. That's it. We are way too obsessed about treating mass murderers humanely. Again, people say, Mike, that's not compassionate. Neither is a mass murderer. Neither are the people on death row, if they have been truly, honestly convicted. And by the way, we spend decades, double checking and triple checking and relitigating these death cases, these people on death row, before we give them the ultimate penalty. I think it's worthwhile. Again, it is meant as a deterrence. Does it work? Somewhat. Is it perfect? Nope. We're human beings. There is nothing that's perfect. Is it just? Yes. Absolutely. Eye for an eye. Absolutely. It is just. And I think if we culturally understand and recognize you will not get away with doing something abhorrent like mass murder or mass shooting, you're going to suffer. And suffer means suffer. Then I think you do see a change. I could be wrong. People will disagree with me on that, and that's perfectly fine. All right. So we've been at this for about 6 hours. I will thank everyone for being here with us throughout and having the conversation. Thank you, Graham, for questioning me on this. Whether you agree with me at all or in part, that's fine. I'm perfectly happy to hear that. Please write into the comments after the show. Write in your comments. Tell me why you think I'm right, why you think I'm wrong. Give me the best argument, what you think about illegal immigration and the solution. Do you agree with my solution or not? Do you understand why I say we need to close the border and stop them from starting the trek to break our laws? But I do thank everyone, and I do think it was a good stream. Please, everyone, like, share, subscribe. It's the only thing that we ask for every week. I mean, if you can afford it, there's Patreon. It's only $1.50 a month, less than a donut a month. So less than a candy bar a month, as a matter of fact. If you can, fantastic. If you can't, that's fine. All we really ask for is a like, a share, and subscribe to help us defeat the algorithm, to be able to have more voices, and hopefully have the left come in and try and answer some of our questions. Maybe even try and take me on and try and explain why they think that they have a better solution than what we have offered here. I look forward to it. Everyone, like it, share it, subscribe. Come back next week. I will be happy to be here with you. And again, Monday, I will be on with Larry Sharp at 9 p.m. I'll talk to you again soon, folks.